You stole my heart, you intercepted it. Now you're gone, have to accept it. Did I meet your mom too soon? Or did I do what I always do? Yeah, we made it to the 50, and then you kissed me. We made it to the 40, a new love story. We made it to the 30, and you did me dirty right then. You put the end in tight end, and as I touched down, just like you in a game, I'm in another town, and nothing feels the same. Wish I could go back when we met that day. Oh, whoa, and throw a flag on the play.
Moi je m'appelle Lolita, le ou bien Lola, du pareil au même. Moi je m'appelle Lolita, quand je rêve l'eau, c'est Lola qui saigne. Quand couche ma langue, j'ai là à fou rire aussi. Fou qu'un phénomène, je m'appelle Lolita, l'eau de philo, amours diluviennes. C'est pas ma faute, et quand je donne ma langue au chat, je vois les autres tout prêts à se jeter sur moi. C'est pas ma faute à moi. Si j'entends tout autour de moi, hello Elita, moi Lolita. Moi je m'appelle Lolita, collégienne bas, bleu de méthylène. Moi je m'appelle Lolita, colléreuse et pas mi-coton. Tu sais, bouge qui dit pas à maman que je suis un phénomène. Je m'appelle Lolita, l'eau de philo, amours diluviennes. C'est pas ma faute, et quand je donne ma langue au chat, je vois les autres tout prêts à se jeter sur moi. C'est pas ma faute à moi. Si j'entends tout autour de moi, hello Elita, moi Lolita. C'est pas ma faute, et quand je donne ma langue au chat, je vois les autres tout prêts à se jeter sur moi. C'est pas ma faute à moi. Si j'entends tout autour de moi, hello Elita, moi Lolita. sur
this spectacular Thursday. I guess it's spectacular. I'll take spectacular. I'll take spectacular because I'm having a decent quiet night tonight. I know it's if you've been online, it's been anything but quiet, but in real life, it's been kind of quiet. Working during the day, and then I went and had some street tacos. Me and Lady Shuttle Band. We went to our local community event here, and we had some tacos, so that was awesome. Um, and I kind of like that part of life where it's just simple and chill. Simple and chill. But what is not simple and chill is the chat. So I got to read the chat right now because a bunch of racists and harassers in my chat. Starting with Kissy. He's asked for his close up. Well, it's not my fault. You're not being proactive, Kissy. You know better to be proactive. I'm proactive. Kissy. Nazar Panda. How you doing, my friend? Yes, I'm gonna be at Heroes Con next weekend. Not as a vendor, I'm going as a guest. I was given the privilege of a VIP pass. So I was just planning on going that Saturday, but somebody uh wasn't able to go, so I got their VIP. So I'll be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'll be there for most of the days of the con. So I'll be there hanging around. So you might see me hanging around Vaughn Coleman's table. I may hang around Phil Diaz's table if they don't dispel me because I'm just I'm bad for business. No, but I'll be around. I mean, you see my face, so it's not hard to spot me. I'm the guy who's like with the head, and I got like multicolored shirts, and it's me. So if you run into me, I'll be there, and I'll have some stuff with me. First of all, I'm not Puerto Rican. Second of all, I don't wear pink. See, already with the slander. Already. Harold, but I shouldn't wear it just to prove to people. I will wear it. I will only wear it to prove that it's not pink. It's blood red. Blood red. I'm done. Now, just that. Now I'm wearing it. Just to show people that it ain't pink. Mood of Hell's in the chat says Outlaw DX. How's it going, Mood of Hell? It's good seeing you there. Matthew Fowler, he's hanging out here for a bit. Shaking my tea, my friend. Tomothy, aka Tim Olson, typing stuff. And I ain't gonna read Tomothy because you're in the ban zone. You're banned. I'm not supposed to read your shit. So, along with Colorform, who's throwing tables and other stuff in the chat. And then Carol had to put a private conversation with whomever in my public chat and gets mad that I acknowledge it. It's my chat, Colorform. I own the chat. What you put in the chat is my trademark and my property, my intellectual property, Colorform. You should know better than that. I have Gifford there. Let's see. We have Force Fabio says 2022 days since Rainbow the Brute was launched. Um. Hold on. What we do it for? My phone? Oh, hold on. I have to do the thing. Lady Shadowban loses her phone like people lose their glasses. Let's see. We got Linkovich in the chat. What's going on, Link? Good seeing you. No, that's not helpful for me. Okay. So let's see. Well, the wonderful benefits of live streaming when shit happens and it gets haphazard. You got it. Okay. Good. All right. All right. So let's see. We got who have I not read? Let's see. We got Monkey. The shit. Hold on. I gotta do the thing. I'm sorry. I gotta do the thing. There we go. All right. Here we go. Uh, Smokey the Con Cat. Okay. See, glasses. This make me miss like 1 or 2 letters. I'm off without my glasses. I'll be hunting for D words at heroes. Shit, that's a threat. It's a threat, isn't it? You know what? I'm gonna call the embassy on you. Don't threatening me on my chat. I'll call the embassy. That's the thing, though, right? Apparently, I can like call people in your state or you're in your country and phone law enforcement and do the thing because that's the thing now. I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm behind the scenes. Anyway, Praetor7 says, "What's up? How you doing, Praetor7? Good seeing you here in the chat." Plunge Comics says, "Dame again. Good seeing you, Plunge Comics." Who have I missed? I think I got everybody. I had a link. I had a Linkovich. Oh, Monomachus is there. How you doing, Monomachus? Says finally a real stream. Well, hopefully I meet your expectations because it's pretty gay out there now in Streamland in our space, and I'm sure you guys want some inspiration. All right, inspiration like you want to like engage, and someone's going to inspire you for the sake of art and storytelling, and they got that Masters of the Universe movie opening tomorrow. I've been hearing things about it, so I guess we could talk about that a little bit. Uh, let's see. Is that everybody? if I missed you and I didn't call you out, feel free to type it in the chat. I don't mean to not call you. I said hi to Carbon Joe. I did say hi to him. I think I'm caught up in the chat. They're not Coke bottle glasses, Giefer. They're real human glasses. They're manly. They're toxic masculinity. This glasses is toxic masculinity. Okay, so don't be doing the thing. More testosterone, baby. That's right, lady. Shut up and bought them for me. So it's all manly. Not testosterone. High tea. That's me. I'm a comic book artist, man. I'm high tea. Dare you say that about me? Know who you're talking to. Know your place. I have influence in something or other. I don't know. It's a thing, I guess. Let's talk about Kaltiki. That's gonna be Monday stream. KSS. I will talk Kaltiki on Monday, and I promise. Because this week has been like I don't even know what happened on Monday. Monday was Memorial Day, so no, Monday wasn't Memorial Day. Shit, my timeline is off right now. Monday's my birthday. That's what it was. Okay. I turned 48 on Monday. Yeah, I turned 48 on Monday. So I was thinking about my day off to just chill, relax with Lady Shadow Band, and just enjoy life. Um, so that's what happened. So that's why I didn't stream Monday. But Monday coming up, I will be streaming. I'll do Kaltiki. I watched it already, but I'm probably watch it again because I'm for sure there's some things I probably missed. And I kind of enjoyed it, so I want to watch it again before I talk about it on Monday. So we're gonna do Kaltiki, the Immortal Monster, which is an Italian version of the Blob. I think it's a little better than the Blob, but we'll talk about it on Monday. She says I'm psycho-lysing.
Blob is one of the earliest quote unquote scary movies I remember seeing.
Mhm.
My dad was watching it on TV. And I walked in and I was like, what's this? He's like, it's the Blob.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I was so young.
Yeah, no. If you're a kid, that movie can be frightening for sure. Actually, I was disturbed when I watched the Blob back as a kid.
Seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But when did that come out?
In 1958, I think, with Steve McQueen. Yeah, and then Kaltiki came out the following year. So, anyway, Cass says, as Masturbators of the Universe opens on Earth, and they race swap Duncan, but not his brother Fisto. I stand against race swapping. Make Champ real again. Clam Champ.
All I heard was Master Daters and
Yes, that's all you need to hear. But yeah, I am against the race swapping too. But so far, the reviews I'm hearing, um, they've been mostly consistent. The film has been too jokey, but others have said that it is definitely all about He-Man and his journey to becoming, He-Man, and he does kick ass in the movie. So there is that at least. I don't know. That kind of encourages me. So as of right now, I'm leaning towards seeing it. I'm not really not going to see it. I mean, good night. I'm a Masters of the Universe fan, so why wouldn't I go see it? But I don't know which company announced it, but they're going to re-release a 4K Blu-ray set of the Dolph Lundgren Masters of the Universe this year. I think in the summertime. So I'm looking out for that. They're going to have that coming out. That and Guyver Dark Hero is coming out also in 4K. So I'm excited about those movies coming out. I'm definitely snatching them. Yes, I'm 48 KSS. I'm 48. Kazoo! I'm not old. I'm still in my 40s still. I haven't reached the big 50 yet.
not according to that video.
I'm still a child, okay? I'm a child.
Now that I will agree with.
No, that's not. She didn't mean it. She didn't mean it that way.
I don't see things that don't mean.
As Panda says, happy belated alas, Matt. I hope you manage to have one day without the spears and arrows. That's why I got off the internet, because it's when I'm not on the internet, I have those spears and arrows aimed at me because I'm not surrounded by racist people. That's why. Well, she roasted me, but she did other things for me too. So it's a nice balance, very nice balance. Let me just take a sip of my coffee.
That I lovingly prepared.
She lovingly prepared my coffee. That's the missing ingredient that I don't get when I get coffee everywhere else.
I'll put coffee in it.
Gifford says, "How excited are you for Supergirl?" The pink shirt says very. First of all, I don't wear pink. Number one, and number two, I'm not really looking forward to Supergirl.
Determined next weekend.
Anyway, okay. Todd Bungler just says TMNT better than He-Man. He-Man has more lore than Ninja Turtles. The problem is that He-Man has been handled by people that don't respect or understand the property they got. So people treat it as if it's some kind of like I mean, yeah, it's a toy line, yes, but there's enough material in the lore of He-Man you can make an actual decent, respectful, and mature story. But up till now, the wrong hands have been continually getting it, and they've been telling the same shit, not the same shit story. They've been telling shit stories, whether it's Kevin Smith's Netflix He-Man animated crap fest, which I talked about years back, or I mean, this movie that's coming up remains to be seen. I don't know where we're gonna be at, but I wish they didn't lean too much on the jokes. I wish it was more serious and more, you know, not somber. Like I wanted a more Conan type movie with He-Man. You have all these fantastical characters. You just needed like a Conan type of setting with He-Man, and you would have had a fantastic franchise. As it stands now, we got. I'll know tomorrow if I go see it what I think of it, and most people will swarm on YouTube with their reviews. So we'll see. We'll see what's up. So uh KSS says, Alas, man, I turned 48 in December. Why do you look so much older than me? I look young. I'm young. I regenerate every day, Kissy. This skin regenerates. I have baby soft skin. I'm forever young. I'll call the NBC on you, KSS. How about that? Oh, my good friend Hothead Studios in the show. What's going on, Hothead? It's good seeing you there. I haven't seen you in a minute, but it's good seeing you. It's good seeing everybody in the chat, even though you guys have your spears and you're racist and hateful and you want to destroy our community. But it's okay. I forgive you guys. I forgive you all. And it's good to have the real ones here and to have fun, have a little fun. I had a topic, not a topic. Our artists lined up for today's stream, the Indie Comic Outlier stream. I was going to do Brent Parker, the guy who did Wizard of Id, but I didn't get to finish my research, so I came back late from like getting street tacos. So I said, either way, I'm going to stream tonight, but at the very least, I'll do like a quick little Q&A, and then I'm gonna do like a little draw. And I decided I'm gonna draw the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake, and I have an idea of how I want the cover to look. I've been trying to struggle. I've been having a struggle with how I wanted to draw it. Now I have an idea of how I'm going to draw it. So later on, I'll be doing a drawing of the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. John Longbox in chat. What's going on, John Longbox? Good seeing you there, my friend. Hail to you. Plunge Comics says, Elizabeth doesn't know that Marjane Satrapi, the graphic novelist of Persepolis, oh, she did. Oh, wow, she passed away. Persepolis. That's a popular book, Persepolis. I know it's politically charged, but it's popular. There are people that you know like it, and it's a graphic novel, and it's one of those graphic novels that transcends comics, and then you could find it in like the fiction section of your bookstore. So it's one of those that actually, much like Art Spiegelman's Mouths, you can find it in like the historical fiction sections of your bookstore. So um, and I've been thinking about doing Persepolis. I haven't decided. I haven't really looked much into. I should. I'll look into it. I'll see if it's something that would be beneficial or suitable for the Indie Comic Outlier stream. But
Show your butt.
oh yes, I'll show that in a minute. Yeah, actually no, I'm gonna show that for the Monday stream. That's it's more horror based. But Lady Shadowman got me a cool book, so I'm gonna show you guys on Monday. And it's got good artwork in it too. So I was looking at some of it and I'm like, yeah, I'm inspired to draw. So I'll show you guys that on Monday. KS says, last man, I think Motu Master Universe should have been like the 82. Words hard. Should have been like the 1982 mini comics instead of the cartoon. The kids today don't give a shit about Motu, so I say make it cool instead of corny. It's funny because I said the same thing. I said the first four mini comics own little story. It didn't really finish it because it then rebooted into like the more modern mini comics that we ended up getting. But the first four issues, the first four mini comics alone had enough lore to tell a very respectable and fun Masters of the Universe story. And I think about those mini comics when I talk about what I would have done if I had the property in my hands and I would be the one directing it. So, but yeah, I think the mini comics in general were well told, were pretty cool. But I would have stuck with the first four mini comics as my source material because in the in those four issues of the mini comics, He-Man got his power not with the sword of power, but with that vest. So the explanation for the vest is that's where the source of his powers come from. It's the vest. And he didn't have the sword; he had the axe, and he had the axe and the shield. Those were his. That's why and many drawings or pictures of He-Man back in the day had him with just a shield and the axe, because those were his actual weapons. The sword of power was added later on in time for the cartoon. The Netflix Toys That Made Us show that covered the He-Man stuff had a lot of fantastic stuff in it. So if you ever watch that, you can find it on YouTube. If you're a He-Man fan and you haven't seen the Toys That Made Us and the episode of Masters of the Universe, go check it out. There's actually a documentary which it's an extended version of that episode of Toys That Made Us. It's called I think it's called I Have the Power. It's on YouTube. That's where I found it. Fantastic documentary. It goes into the Master Universe, goes into She-Ra, goes into the live action movie, goes into a lot of it, and it's just a wonderful look into how the idea for toys got were made, and the thought process behind it, and how it all started with the micro machines, which inspired GI Joe, and that inspired Star Wars, and Mattel was like, we gotta have our own toy line that rivals Star Wars, that compete to Star Wars. Well, let's do a toy line that is um in terms of its scale bigger than Star Wars with more fantastical characters, and that's how Masters of the Universe came to be. So fantastic documentary. You should check it out if you haven't already. It's I highly recommend it. Hi, that says I think I've seen that documentary. It says shut up your Discord notification. Done. It's done. I shut it off. So so okay.
Oppose what we're about to be dealing with
Oh wait, hold
in
on. Let
all
me
of its forms. I am very pro-life.
okay. There we go. Just shutting up my tabs because I had some tabs open. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, that documentary is on YouTube, and totally recommend it. Let's see here. Master Panda says that may or may not be the same He-Man documentary that's on Tubi. It's not it. I dare suggest for any fans of the IP, it's really good. Yeah, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So let me take a sip of my coffee. Yeah, it says even as a kid, I hated the whole Prince Adam crap. So He-Man is like Captain Marvel, except Shazam. He says, "By the power of Grayskull, I wear furry underpants." Um, yeah. Once you read the Four Mini comics, it's like, yeah, He-Man works better without Prince Adam. It does work better without Prince Adam. And I grew up in the Filmation cartoon, and Prince Adam was a big staple of that. So I was like, yeah, I guess Prince Adam, sure, why not? But yeah, it pretty much is a copy of not just Captain Marvel and uh, but it's also a copy of like Thor with you know how that guy I forgot the guy's name who becomes Thor with the hammer in the early Marvel comics, and then of course Clark Kent Superman. So it's all play on that. So I guess it would have been nice for it to have He-Man as He-Man and not just anybody else, like with the Dolph Lundgren live action movie, which again is coming out later this year, probably in the summertime in 4K with a Blu-ray set of Masters of the Universe. So I'm looking forward to that, along with Very Dark Hero. So at least there's that. At least with the Masters of the Universe movie, they're coming out with some cool merch. The action figures that are coming out with the movie are actually pretty cool, but I didn't buy them because they're out of scale with the other Masters of the Universe figures, and I don't feel like rebuying an entire line. I'm not one of these guys that continually buys figures and decorates as well with all these like toys and everything. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm actually thinking of downsizing more than anything. I as I get older, I'm like, do I really want to have all this stuff? No, so I buy stuff, but I also sell or give away stuff. So the action figures are pretty cool. I see them in Walmart, but um, not enough because of the scale, or because they're out of scale with the other figures. It's the reason why I'm not getting it. So, but they're pretty cool. They're pretty well crafted at the very least. And for the price tag, it's pretty good. Outlaw DX Hummus says the 2000 X cartoon was the last good He-Man thing. Everything after that was gay, tarded, or wonky. Yeah, and honestly, I'll say this: as wonderfully made as that cartoon was, I wasn't a big fan of the writing. I feel like the writing was very bland. Like it didn't offer as much character development as the Filmation cartoon did. Like I think if they had the same type of writing the Filmation cartoon had without the restrictions, it definitely would have been the absolute best version of He-Man. As it stands right now, it's a pretty solid adaptation and it deserves all the praise it gets, but it's still lacking, in my opinion. You know, Han's better than anything that came afterwards, but it's still lacking. Gifford asks, speaking of street food vendors, so you draw a comic or something, D-word? Yes, I have two comics I'm drawing. I'm doing issue number 3 of Pumpkin Warpatch, as well as my next graphic novel, Battle King Road Warrior Drake, and I'm putting together the materials for the anniversary edition of my first Road Warrior Drake book, Street Champion Road Warrior Drake. I'll talk more about that next week. I'm hoping to have all the materials collected and sent over, and I'll have more information on that next week. Um, They're not her glasses, Manticore. They're my glasses. They're manly testosterone glasses, Manticore. You're hurting me.
Let him take you down, babe.
He calls himself Sovereign Manticore in the chat. What are you calling Sovereign Manticore, Manticore? Only I give you names. You're not Sovereign Manticore. You're Woman Core. That's the name I gave you. There. I showed you. He-Man 2003, says Shane O'Sullivan, was a kid's cartoon, so can't really complain about writing. I still love it. Thundercats 2011 was great as well. I mean, yeah, it was a kid's cartoon, so it's a Filmation cartoon, but I still think like um, you had more freedom in 2003 when the cartoon came out, and they probably should have, adapted uh, um, or studied how the writers of the Filmation cartoon treated the characters, and then adapted that. Plus, with their freedom of what they were able to get away with, you could add a very probably the best version of He-Man. Some people say it is. I disagree. I think it's a good rendition. I don't think it's the best rendition, but it's a good rendition. I will swear by it. You know, um, I didn't go to the eye doctors in the gay section of downtown Gifford. I went to Walmart and got these glasses. Respectable, manly reading glasses. You fear this because I see clear now. You fear this, Gifford. You fear this. I see clear now. That's what scares you.
Is the rain gone?
What rain? What rain? What's she talking about? Anyway, what are you guessing, Color Ford? What are you guessing? There's nothing to guess, Color Ford. There's nothing to guess.
I love you, Manicore.
What?
He gets it. See, they get it.
I don't. Okay, Linkovich. Okay, Linkovich trying to bring the conversation back. So props to Linkovich for bringing things back and grounded. He says, "I kind of like the original Motu movie in a nostalgic, cheesy way. I have it on DVD. I have it on DVD. Actually, I have it on Blu-ray. I have the regular Blu-ray version, but with this. Okay, so this new box set that's coming out. Supposedly, it's an extended version of it. So they have scenes that were not included in the original movie that they're actually inserting into the movie. So that'll be fun to watch. Um, I had a love-hate relationship with the Dolph Lundgren version because A, it was set mostly on Earth, which I didn't like. B, a lot of the cool characters weren't in there, like Battle Cat and Ram Man and Trapjaw. I mean, Beastman was there, but they sub Trapjaw and Triclops with Sauron and some other and this Blade character, which I guess is kind of cool, but I wanted the other characters. Um, but Franklin Joe loved playing Skeletor, and it shows. Like Skeletor is pretty badass in the movie. So I had like a love hate relationship with the movie. Or I started out loving it, then I kind of didn't like it because of what they did. Then I kind of liked it, and then now I'm 48, and now I love it. So I was like, yeah, it's a cool adaptation of it. So I accept it for what it is. What doesn't the D word have on Blu-ray? I have Masters of the Universe on Blu-ray. You've heard. I just said it 3 times. 3 times I said it. 3 times. Like, if I was Narwhal and Phil Diaz and I was talking, y'all would be like, yeah, last man's right. Last man I agree with. And then you'd be relating to me. But if I say something, you guys want to be the opposite of it and claim I said the opposite just to cause division and contradiction. But no, I see right through you people. Yeah, I was at peace the last 2 weeks when I didn't stream. But now tonight, the violence is back on. The turbulence is back on. No reason. None of it should have been happening. Now I got high, call me a nerd. Manticore. A last of favorite characters, Fisto. Like it's a joke I haven't heard many times. Why are you people? That was like we're having serious conversation about stuff and instead of engaging and learning and obtaining new information, you want to be contradictory and fight with me. And I see why. Now I see why because you got the band zone people leading the way. Guys, we have terms of service for a reason. Stop engaging with the band zone. I in this room, Carol Colors and Tim Olson are banned. Stop talking to them. Don't let them lead the conversation. I'm an influencer. We're supposed to talk about my topics. My topics. We're supposed to be engaging in what I'm discussing. Don't let them. Oh crap! I'm an influencer. See, you're making the coffee go down. You guys want me DED. You want me died. It's very obvious now. You want me died. I'm not gonna say take a number because a lot of people in space want me died. Okay, um, I guess they don't like that I hold the mirror to their faces. I guess um, I did release a video last night. It's almost at 800 views right now, and it's good being in my spot here because I don't like being in these big spaces right now. It's gonna get really, really hot in the next few days. I know some things. I'll leave it like that. Let's just say I know some things. I'll leave it like that. I'm breathing hot, Ed. I'm breathing. You're not banned, Manticore, but I can make it happen. But it won't be with Colorform and Gifford. It'll be a separate ban zone for you, a lonely ban zone. I'll make it happen. I'll make it happen. I don't have blood pressure, Gifford. I'm perfectly fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'm perfectly okay. So, but yeah, so I guess that means that our Masters of the Universe conversation is over. Our He-Man talk is over, apparently. Um, and I guess I should have brought up my action figure of He-Man, but he's over there by that case, and I don't feel like going over there right now and taking him out. So, um, there you go. But yeah, so that's the conversation there. Um, hmm. In a little while, I'll be drawing, and you guys can harass me while I'm drawing. And I see you just wanted to come and fight. So I'll come and fight. It's fine. You can do that. See, you're allowed to do that. But don't think that I don't see right through it, and don't think that I'm not privy to what you're absolutely doing right now. I'm 100% privy to this nonsense that you guys in the chat are doing. I have it all documented. It's all documented. That's the that by the way is a slur in the space. Documented. So um yeah, it says Teela's wearing too much clothes. Yeah, that's one of the problems I had with that is they that's because they don't like the whole male gaze crap. That's what it is. Like we can't have men appreciating beautiful women, so we got to cover them up because they think we're Muslim. So that's bullshit. But he's attractive at least. So there's that. So I'll have to just judge the film on its own merits and go from there. We'll have to go from there. That's so. The Masters of the Universe movie that's coming out tomorrow. Yeah, I thought this was Supergirl's cues. What? Talking about Supergirl, Gifford. What's wrong with you? First, of Supergirl ain't coming out for another couple weeks, and number two, nobody cares. Like he's pissed off most of the audience that would have gone seeing it anyway, so nobody cares. At the very least, nobody from the Masters of the Universe productions pissed people off outside of the race swaps thing. At the very least, they haven't insulted fans, which is cool. At the very least, we give them that. So there's that. Cass has too many clothes, too much clothing. Whichever you choose, Tila, show us your sexy legs. I agree, 100% agree, KSS. I 100% agree. That was one of the great things about the Master Universe comics and cartoon was they knew the women were attractive, so they had no qualms showing the women's bodies, and not in a way that it was like pornographic, but like showing his legs, shoulders, and things like that. And boys liked it. We liked it, so we're not going to pretend that we didn't. When we like our shows and our movies and we see men that are aspirational, we want our women to be attractive. That's just how we are. But anyway, we got a $2 super chat from William F. Shout out to William F. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Eliza, you are the best ducky and four duck emojis. See, when you guys send me super chats, I have no choice but to read the racist D word. So that's the key to make me break my censorship. Yes, I have to get paid to speak racism. Have I seen the Wolverine game trailer? No, but I seen a still of it, and I mean it looks solid, but I don't play video games these days, so I don't know. Um, Shane O'Sullivan says, I'm watching Scary Movie 6 instead of Masters of the Universe. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot they're coming out with a Scary Movie 6. I didn't know I didn't even know there was a 4 and a 5. I knew there was a 2 or 3, but I didn't know there was a 4 and a 5. So we got to a 6. I had no clue. Totally had no clue. Um, let's see here. Okay, we have a question from Colorform. So let's see what she's got to say. She says, who is your favorite nerd and why is it Carol? That's a bad faith question, Colorform. It's a bad faith question. I ain't answering it.
That's easy.
That's a bad faith question. I can't believe you wasted oxygen for that. Coliform. You wasted the oxygen that was necessary for me to live to speak that into existence. Okay, now you guys are talking about the X Men game, and I'm like, that's where my jurisdiction ends. When the video game talk, I don't play video game. Lady Shadowman plays video games. I don't. I'm not. That's where my jurisdiction ends. So when I see you talk about this whole X Men thing that's out, this new game that's out, I'm like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So let's see. So why did they make another scary movie? Ass Hothead. No one in this generation is funny. Comedy's a dead thing these days. I don't know. Like they don't make them like they used to. I had the first season of A Living Color. I want to sit down and watch it again one day. But that show was fantastic. In Living Color, when it came out, I was like, wow, this is a genuinely good comedy. But they don't make it that way anymore because people are too afraid to be offended. Gifford says the duck continues to crash. I'm not crashing out. I'm here, Gifford. I am here. I'm alive. Oh wait, Candace says alive. Like Carol recently watched Mars Attacks at our demand. She said she wasn't impressed. This hurts me. It hurts the hurts me deeply.
Agreed.
I hate to say this, but I kind of agree. It's not an impressive movie. What can I say?
No.
I have no trust me. I get nothing by agreeing with Carol Colors. I get nothing from it. But I have to be truthful. I agree. I wasn't impressed either. What can I say? I did not like. I wasn't that much of a fan of Mars Attacks. I went in with expectations and I was let down. What can I tell you? It is what it is. Uh, Outlaws DX says the Peanut Head lies. He loves playing D Word Hunt. I used to play Animal Hunt for Sega, but I never played D Word Hunt for Nintendo. Now Kansas wants me to draw Razorback for his good friend Helmet. I don't want. Yeah, and this brings up a dilemma because if I talk about Kaltiki, not if, when I talk about Kaltiki on Monday, what is it a draw? It's like a blobby looking thing. Maybe it's got some scales, but it's not something that people would want to buy. So I don't know if I'll draw something else on that stream on Monday when I talk about Kaltiki. I'll figure it out when I get to that point. Maybe I'll draw a monster on demand. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll draw the alien, the Akax from Mars Attacks. We'll see. No, Kansas says I was not impressed with Mars Attacks, and I'll take that to my grave. Okay, this is threatening me because I have an opinion on movie making. What's wrong with you? We're here to have fun and share our thoughts. You're here because you want to hear my thoughts on movies and stuff. That's why you're here. You care about my opinions on things. I'm not drawing Lizzo Outlaw. What's wrong with Lizzo? Are you serious? It's the same as Kaltiki. Well, that's a good point. Maybe. Although to be fair to Lizzo, she has lost a lot of weight. I don't know if you've seen her recently, but she's lost a lot of weight. She's actually looking not bad these days. I'll give Lizzo that. So she did the thing. But Link says there is no Animal Hunt for Sega. It's Safari. Okay, well, Safari. Okay, it's been 30 years since I played it. Give me a break. 30 years. I'm nearing 50. Okay, I'm going through a crisis right now. I am in crisis mode. So if I call it Animal Hunt, you'll forgive me. Okay? Yes, it's Safari Hunt for Sega. It's been decades. I'm saying decades as of like it blows my mind. It's been decades since I was born. I'm like, holy crap, I am getting there. Let me be, Linkovich. Let me be. Kaltiki was shockingly better than I thought. Yeah, that's why I want to see it again because I think I want to. I didn't give it a fair shot the first time because I was laying on my couch and I was sleeping at some parts. Not because it was boring, but it was a long day for me. So I want to watch it again because I was impressed by some of it. So I'm gonna watch it again, and then when we talk about it on Monday, and those of you that watch my Monday in Monster Moratorium streams, you've been given the heads up. Now, Tiki, the Immortal Monster, on Monday. That's what we're going to be talking about. So go to your movie website that where you sail the high seas and watch the movie there, or even go on YouTube, or go to archive.org. They have the movie there. Although you got to find out which one has the best looking copy. So, but I found the movie and I watched it, so you guys can watch it there, and then we could talk about it on Monday. Is that food on your shirt? No, this is a logo. This is a logo. Okay, this is a logo. Who said that? Oh, Cal. See, that's the problem. I'm reading Cal Colors' text. I should be reading her nothing. Because apparently, if I read Colors' messages, I'm boxing her private conversations with whomever in the chat decided to give her attention. So that's on me. That's on me. I made that mistake. Now, Karos, I feel ashamed. I have to go to the yeah. Go to the river. Bye. Go to the river. Beat everybody to the punch. Be the leader. Color form. Because there's a bunch of people in the space that are preparing to go to the river. Show them how it's done. That way, when they go out, they can go out with dignity, and they can do the entire American country, or continent a favor. So yeah, there's that. Um, oh, some person. How you doing, some person? Good seeing you here. Good hanging out. In a little bit, I'm gonna start withdrawing. I was going to talk about Brent Parker, the guy who did Wizard of Id, but I'm like, I'll say that for next week, and we'll that way I'll be more prepared, and we can have that conversation. But I'll do a general Q&A, and then I'm gonna go right into my drawing, and I'm gonna draw the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. And let me just
Keep it.
okay. I was given my sparkling cherry pomegranate water, which I'm gonna have so I can keep my throat hydrated because yelling at your people with your spears is a full-time job and it hurts my throat. So I am forever young, very young. Why am I wearing a Puma shirt? I can't wear anything with Puma in the name. Someone ruined it for me. I don't look at it like that. KSS, let me be. Let me be. Please. Anyway, yes. I didn't cry some person. The chat wants me to cry, but I am resilient. I'm steadfast. I'm a warrior. I'm showing them how it's done. I'm high T because I'm an influencer and I have to lead the way. I have to lead the way. So no, I'm not broken. I'm absolutely not broken. I'm here. I'm here and I'm live. Oh, we got another $2 super chat from Willie Matt. Thank you for the $2. He says, at Carol Colors is the best of us ducky. And he put in there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 duck emojis. That's damn, that hurts. Ow, that's 13. 13 is not a good number. That's really not a good number. I don't know what to say about that. No, that hurts my heart. That hurts the core of my essence. I don't like that. I don't know what to say about that. Um, but yeah, just to show you guys. So this is some pages I've been doing for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. I didn't finish inking this yet, but here's some of the ink of Drake yielding his axe. I like drawing with an axe because it reminds me of like again I talked about it earlier. It reminds me of the earlier mini comics of Masters of the Universe. I have to ink that. I'm finding that drawing the stuff on paper as opposed to doing it digitally is more rewarding for me. So I draw it by hand, ink it, and then digitize it, and then I'll do the cup. I'll re-ink some of it before I add the colors to it. I think I have more fun doing it that way. I just pulled out my pad, which I'll be using to draw the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake, the third graphic novel in the epic saga. When the stream has done, when the stream is done, he will cry himself to sleep, says Sovereign Manticore. While Lady Shadowban tells him everything is going to be okay. Everything's okay, Manticore. Everything is fine. Stop laughing at your own jokes. I see right through you, Manticore. I see right through you. Stop laughing at your jokes. It's okay if no one laughs at your jokes. You shouldn't have to laugh at your own jokes. Show them pride and dignity. For Allah's sake, show pride and dignity. Okay, I'm going to open up my can of water. Some of it spilled. A little bit spilled. There we go. All right. Anyway, I'm going to drink my water and then I'm going to turn my camera to the drawing pad. Right? Right now. So if you got any last words if I do that, I'm not going to be bullied by you people. I'm not. I'm not going to be bullied. So you could try. You could try, but it's not going to work. I'm resilient. I'm very resilient. So I'm pulling out my inks that I will be using until one or two of them completely run out. Thank God for what's this, Sovereign? I was laughing at. I don't know what you talk about, Sovereign Metacore. You've been very mean to me today. I don't know why. You've been very hurtful. You're a very hurtful schlub. Very hurtful. But I forgive you, Manicore. You want to know why I forgive you? I'm gonna tell you why I forgive you. I forgive you because I agape you. You've been agape, okay? I agape you. You understand what I'm saying? You've been agape. So there. The agape is gonna be strong with me today, especially with you people in the chat. Very strong, 100% strong. Even though you guys don't deserve it, but that's the beautiful thing about agape is no one deserves agape. It's just given to you because that's what agape is. It's unrewarded love, and I've given you unconditional, unrewarded love. And I agape you people. Oh, you bastards and racists in the chat. I'm a baby hothead. I'm a human being. I'm a man. I'm a man. My eyes are starting to hurt looking at his cranium. I hate you too, motherfucker. Anyway, actually, I should get my glasses on so I can draw. Um, Brian Chris got it. I said, yo, what's up, Brian? We've been having a conversation about Masters of the Universe and other things. So I'm going to be drawing the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. While if the people in the chat want to continue the conversation, that'd be most helpful. Let's continue the conversation. Um, as I draw the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. And what is the cover about? Well, I've been struggling with what I wanted the cover to look like. And then I came across a drawing on X of an older, not an older, but like an old, it's probably within a couple decades, I think, uh, cover of the Incredible Hulk in black and white. And I'm like, I like the shading in that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna have Drake in action because it's cool to have him in action. And I'm just seeing if this pose will work. If it'll work. Probably can't see because it's pencily and I'm doing it light. Yes, Battle King. Hothead. Battle King Road Warrior Drake. Shout out to you guys in the chat. And Battle King says Sovereign Manticore. No, not Battle King. Battle King. And I like drawing on paper. About 60% of Beast Citizen Road Warrior Drake was drawn digitally, and about 30% of it was done by hand. The 30% I drew, I absolutely love. Not that I didn't like what I drew digitally, but I felt like something about the way from hand to paper was just, I just had more range, I think. I know how I do. I read. I go a couple minutes just drawing and not saying anything, but I'll read the chat in a bit. Y'all will get read. I read the chat, even though you guys don't like me and you guys are racist against me. You guys want to hurt me, but I'll read the chat because if I don't, then you'll call the sheriff's department on me, and that, that's the thing. Apparently, the thing in the space is that people take it to real life shit, and they'll contact y'all's mothers, and they'll contact um the local law enforcement. That's the thing in the comic space. It's very um spurgish. Very spurgish. There's a Nomad. What's going on, my friend? Good seeing you there. Hello, there's a Nomad. So wonderful seeing y'all in the chat. Yeah, if you haven't checked it out, I uploaded my latest video. I guess you can call it. Yeah, it's a documentary. I mean, a lot of these videos I do are documentaries because they do come with receipts and I'm documenting some events that have occurred. And if you didn't see it, go check it out. It's the one on the recent controversy regarding Liam Gray and what's happening with Comicsgate in relation to Liam Gray's actions and how it all ties back to EBS. So let that out. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. Leave a comment. I'd like to see what y'all got to say. The comments are always fun to read, especially when the comments don't agree with me. Like if if I see a comment that challenges what I said in the video, they're fun to read because A exposes you know who said what, and B um, it shows me that they haven't really watched the video thoroughly. They'll say something like, "Oh, let's see, what's one of the character comments?" Well, I mean, you go to the comment section, you'll see what I'm talking about. That's all I'll say. Just go to the comment section. But yeah, if you just tuned in, I'll be at Heroes Con this week. Oh, not this weekend. This weekend. Okay, this weekend I'm gonna be at the Lehigh Valley Comic Con. So tomorrow I'll be going there at the location, and I'll be what do you call it? I'll be setting up, and I'll be there for the weekend for for Saturday and Sunday. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be fun. Uh, and then next weekend I will be at Heroes Con as a guest. I'm not gonna have a table, but I will be there. I was given a VIP pass, so I'll be attending all three days at Heroes Con. And I'll stream Monday. So if you guys catch me on Monday stream, I'll talk more about it. But yeah, I'll be at the Heroes Con floor hanging around, buying a couple items. I'll be there saying what's up to the people that are tabling there. So yeah, so as far as like the con activity, I'll be fairly busy. And then July I have an event happening at my local drive-in. I'll be tabling there, selling artwork and books.
See you there, Carol.
No, she will not be there. Colorful will not be there.
You better be there.
Honest says Lean is still relevant. Watch my video because everything I wanted to say I said there in that video. Check it out. Um, Honest says Comics get so many revisions I don't even know anymore. That's why you should watch my documentary because I keep it all grounded. I keep it all focused. And if Comicsgate has an issue with what I'm saying, that's how you know that I'm telling the truth. They're not going to entertain anything that challenges their spurgery and their all that crap that they've been doing. So some person is asking, am I going to dress like Mr. Peanut Head or Mr. Peanut for Heroes Con? It'd be great for selling your book. Everyone can point and say, hey, it's Peanut Head. I'm not selling Peanut Head bits from some person. I'm selling Road Warrior Drake. Okay? Drake. Ah. Matthew D. Rice is in the chat. What's going on, Matthew? Good seeing you in the chat. Hail. Um, Preparing for the weekend, I guess. I got a con I'm doing this weekend, and also, and I still haven't like decided if I'm going to go, but I definitely would be interested in seeing Masters of the Universe in the theater. So see how it goes. But yeah, I got a very upcoming next 2 weeks gonna be very busy for me. Very busy. But I like that kind of busy where I'm like real life busy. Lady Shadow keeps me very busy. I like when she keeps me busy. Um, Manicore, you get really comfortable with those jokes. Really comfortable, Manicore. I'm very close to doing something because you're getting very comfortable. Where do you get a Drake bill? A Drake bill? I don't get it. A Drake bill? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Don't let the check groom you, Matthew, please. Don't let them groom you. You don't have to be like them. You really don't. You're better than that. You really are. Don't let them tell you that you gotta succumb to them because you don't have to. You really don't, Matthew. I promise you don't. Yeah, I'm gonna stop with this part. I'm gonna just start inking here. I like how the face looks. That face looks really dope. But now we're gonna go ahead and actually before I do that, let me add some shading in some spots. Let's see, let's have the light source coming this way. So we're gonna add some shadows here. Not make it too dark. In some spots, yeah, I'll make it dark, but not others. Okay, let's start. Let's start here. Yeah, it says, I want you to see Masters of the Universe at the theater and Disclosure Day. I require a fair and balanced movie review from you on these two films. Disclosure Day is when's that coming out? When is that coming out? It's not coming out this weekend, is it? But yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna watch Masters of the Universe, I do want to see it in the theater. I think I owe it to myself to see it in the theater because, again, nothing that I've heard has given me the impression that the movie's gonna be offensive. Minor criticisms here or there, yeah, but nothing outwardly offensive. So I do want to be entertained watching a He-Man movie. I think it sucks that we have to set the bar low so that we're not disappointed like we were when Kevin Smith did his bullshit adaptation back in 2021. So if you guys, yeah, if you haven't seen it, like you should check out those videos I did back in 2021 when I talked about his Revelations cartoon. Because my first series of videos, I was defending him because I was like, you know what? He said it's about He-Man, so I'm gonna take him at his word because that's a pretty bold statement to make if it turned out to be false. Which, when the dust settled, it was false, and he got shit for it, rightfully so, including by me. But they were very interesting videos, especially the 1 hour one I did in response to a guy who went by the name of Point Dexter Lounge, who made the claim that if you didn't like the cartoon, you were a moron because you let people like Yellow Flash and the rest of them tell you that it was bad. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a good way to sell the cartoon. We have plenty of people in the industry calling fans morons for not liking their shit, or talking about like, oh, these toxic men who don't who are afraid of strong women, blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's a good way to sell your property, to sell your product. Insult the target audience. Great business strategy. Nothing wrong could come from that. Absolutely nothing wrong. Let's insult the target audience, and then you cry and complain when your movie did good. The most recent example was the Charlie's Angels remake, and how like they were saying this movie's not for made for men. So what did the men do? Okay, we're not going to go watch it. And what happened? They didn't go watch it. The movie bombed. And what did the articles do? They blamed men for its failure. And it's like, well, yeah, you said it wasn't made for men, so what's the problem? Oh, you mean the other demographics don't watch your shit? Oh well, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much a given. You know, the data has been conclusive on that over and over again. But yeah, keep insulting the fan base. Keep insulting people that would have bought your stuff, but did not because you told them that their money was not good enough. You didn't want their money, so they said, "Okay, fuck you. You're not gonna get our money." So at the very least, like with that, the Masters of the Universe film guys have not done that to the fans. They haven't insulted the fans. I mean, yeah, the whole toxic masculinity shit. That's not a good selling point, but we'll have to wait and see what they mean by that. One thing I did hear was that Jared Leto was not allowed to promote the movie, I guess, and he hasn't promoted it. And I think it's by design. I think the filmmakers kind of said, no, we kind of don't want you promoting our stuff publicly, so just shh. Pothead says Kevin was a fucking idiot. Oh, he absolutely was. He was an idiot and a liar. I called outright. He was an idiot and a liar. He lied because he said his cartoon was all about He-Man, and it wasn't. That was a lie. Like if you put his statement against the Maury Povich lie detector, that would be very clear. The lie detector determined that was a lie, and it was. Kevin Smith lied, and I defended him up until that point. Once I saw the cartoon, like, yeah, this motherfucker lied. He lied to the fans. He lied to everybody. So he deserved every single ounce of criticism and pushback, and that cartoon deserved to fail because of it. Especially considering that cartoon when Netflix put out the trailer, they only showed clips of the first episode because that first episode was about He-Man. So people saw the trailer, saw that trailer, thinking that that was the entire show. No, that was just the first episode because then they killed off He-Man, and then the next 9 episodes was about Tila, or as I call her, Man Tila, because she didn't look feminine. She looked very much manly. And they thought that was going to sell, and it did not. Again, um, insulting the fan base that made you the money is not a good business strategy. That's all I'll say. $5 from Blazing1. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. He has a um is that a fist bump? I think. Yeah, I think it's a fist bump, right? So let me put it right here. So fist bump to Blazing1. Thank you for the super chat. Um, the gender war is gay, quite literally, says Manicore. Yeah, it's fabricated. Well, it's all fabricated. It's done because there's a business to be had. It's all about money. It's unnecessary, but politics over money these days. That's why movies fail. But I am drawing the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. But one thing I'll say, I did enjoy doing the videos, especially that 1 hour one I did on in a response to Point Dexter Lounge. I did enjoy doing that for Masters of the Universe Revelations because it allowed me. It was one of the first. I guess you can call it a documentary. Maybe not so much. It was more of a review, but it was a review where I used a lot of receipts, and it was like a nice little video put together with all the proof to back up my points, and it was just fun to make. I really enjoyed it. So, so that is the original name for Road Warrior Drake. What are you talking about? No, Battle King Road Warrior Drake is the name of the book. It's a reference to him being crowned as king and still fighting. And yeah, there is a story behind that. Especially if you read Beast Citizen Road Warrior Drake and saw how that book ended. That's set up here. A lot of pressure on me to go see this He-Man movie. I don't like this pressure. I don't. Let's see. Kaz says the dirty little secret, says Kaz, is movie reviewers have little to no impact on a film's success or failure. Word of mouth does. There's a channel of Siskel and Ebert worst of each year. They hated many hits. Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. Although their reasons was entertaining to watch, but yeah, they really didn't like movies that were actually pretty popular and big over the years. Like they hated Independence Day. And granted, like their reasons for hating was kind of solid, but that movie was pretty fun. It was a fun movie. But you're right. The film reviewers don't make or break the movie. It is word of mouth, and if people like it, and that gets spread around, that builds enough curiosity to the movie going public to want to go see a movie. And right now, the word of mouth for Masters of the Universe is overall it's kind of positive. I guess with caution. Hold on, I'm gonna fix this for a second. What can I do with this? Let's see. Okay, let me try that. Probably fix the hands a bit in the digital part, but
Are you behind on chat?
yeah, you want to catch up in the chat for me?
Where did you leave off now?
Let's see. I left off at. Let me go up a bit. I left off at when Kaz says about the dirty little secret about movie reviewers. That was the last thing I read.
Okay, yeah, give me a second.
So Lady Shadowband's gonna go read the chat, so you guys don't throw your spears at me, or rather, chuck your spears at me. Let me say the right thing. You guys are chucking your spears. You're not throwing spears. You're chucking them. I don't give you guys a pass because of that.
Okay, hold on. Tim Wilson says Road Warrior Drake, quote unquote, power of the pink shirt.
That's why he's banned. Next,
He's not banned. I released him.
I put him back.
Pardon?
You pardon him, and look what he does. Look what he does.
I know.
No, you. That's not. No, it's not permissible.
I can't do all the roasting by myself. Okay, it's exhausting.
I
Just
I
so much of it's possible. Like my brain just explodes.
I don't know. No, he's wrong. He's wrong.
It's so bad.
He is wrong.
Okay, so says, alas, Matt, go watch the He-Man movie if Carol will cut your brakes. No pressure. Okay, KSS says, Siskel and Ebert hated every slasher movie. Hated Full Metal Jacket, hated Happy Gilmore, and Tommy Boy. Who hates Tommy Boy?
I don't know, but it was either Siskel or Ebert that didn't like the first Batman movie from 1989.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it was one of them. But
That was the best critics are.
what was
The
that?
ones from the Muppets.
What are their names?
I don't know. Two old guys.
Well,
They are the only ones that you should listen to.
at least I'm glad I'm not the one that doesn't know their names. So that's good.
Yeah. Tim Olson says, just goes to show that people like what they like, and these so-called quote-unquote professionals can fuck off. Agreed. Outlaw DX says, I recently saw The Nest from 1998 about killer cockroaches. Oh, God.
Oh, 1988. 1988. And yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Looks like something I'd imagine the quote-unquote For the Fans Fest would be like.
Oh, well. Yeah. But yeah, that was a very creepy movie.
You love cockroaches.
I really hate them. I hate them with a passion. I told Isha, but the day I see a cockroach in my house, I'm looking the fucking place. I told her that. I do not want cockroaches in my freaking house.
KSS says he's retarded because he said car brakes instead of car brakes.
Who?
KSS.
No, who said it? Who's retarded?
He said he's retarded.
That he's retarded?
Yeah, he called himself retarded.
Oh. Well, don't be
You're
hard.
not KSS. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't be so hard on yourself. That's my job. Don't do that to yourself.
It's our word. It's very harsh. No bueno. No bueno. Carol Color says, I thought the duck had immunity.
What?
That's what she wrote. I'm
Wait,
reading the chat.
Leem unit? Oh, you mean
Immunity.
L-E-E? Oh,
Leemunity.
I mean, as of right now, I still have it. So what are you talking about? Color form?
KSS is asking me a question. Lady Shadowban, should a Lasmat watch movies during the day instead of looking for a job? He was fired on Christmas for stealing staples.
Why did you read that comment?
Contribute to life because it was addressed to me.
Okay, so many things are addressed to you. You picked that one.
You should definitely be looking for a job.
I work.
I mean, watching movies. No, he should. Are you getting paid to watch the movies? If you're getting paid to watch the movies, that's different.
No, I'm not getting paid to watch the movies.
Mm.
Oof.
Right, chat's caught up.
Okay.
Mhm.
Chat's caught up. Thank you, Lady Shadowman,
Yeah.
for that. Interesting bit of conversation there. But shout out to the chat for trying.
Don't
No-
forget to hit that like button.
Yes, hit the like button so that I can be up in the algorithm or some shit like that. I don't know. So I'm drawing my little Road Warrior Drake drawing here. Which is gonna be the cover for Beast Citizen Road Warrior Drake. And yeah, I'm doing the cover this time around. Did I kill the chat? I think I killed the chat. If I kill the chat, that means I'm okay, because that means that now I can actually have a real stream and not have to worry about you people in the chat with your spears coming at me. So that's a good thing. I hope I killed the chat. One less set of people to chuck spears at me.
looking good.
Thank you, baby. She likes my Road Warrior Drake drawing. That's pretty cool. Let's see. We got 15 people watching. Hail to the 15 that are watching. We started off with like 22, and then we went down to 15. But that's okay. It's a pretty good number for this kind of stream. Um, if you want to come and hang out, send this send the link out to people. Just tell them, hey, come hang out in the chat. Or do you guys want to keep it to this small group so you guys can spear chuck me all day? Not cool. I wouldn't be surprised, since we're on the subject of Masters of the Universe. I wouldn't be surprised if, because I've been seeing a lot of the AI Star Wars stuff, which I've been very impressed with on YouTube. Wouldn't be surprised if someone did an AI rendering of their own live action He Man and actually made it more true to the comics. That'd be kind of cool. I think it'd be kind of cool. I don't care what you people think. I care what I think. I care what I think. Up to 16 live viewers. Cool. Well, for the last time the link got shared, a child showed up and kids at disposal. Just share it to your Discord. You don't have to share it publicly, I guess. If you're worried about that, share it to y'all's Discord or some shit. There shouldn't be any kids in those Discords, so share it there. I forgot to post it. I posted the link in the E Team Discord, which is where I and Prime are at. I posted it in my Discord. I didn't post it in Woodrow's Discord. I should have. But then again, when I do post it there, like I don't think anybody that isn't in my Discord shows up anyway, so I guess it's all good. I suppose, right? Before I add more shadows, I'm gonna erase the pencil marks so I can see what's left over and then add more inks. Should go back and add some shading to the head, which I'll do in a bit. Let's see. I care what I think, says Timothy. Well, Timothy, it's good that you're your own fan. I'm glad you're your own fan. I'm glad that that affirmation helps you get through life. By the way, Timothy also put out his own volume collection of Melvin. I talked about Emerald Man by Colin Lamping. He put out a physical book of his collections, and then Timothy put out volume one of Melvin, issues 1 to 0. I think it's on Amazon. I know that Colin put out Emerald Man on Amazon, so I'm guessing Timothy put his Melvin on Amazon. I don't know if I posted in your Discord. I already posted my thing in my Discord color form. I'm not talking about my Discord. Jeez. That's just lazy. Like, I post shit on my Discord. I don't need you posting it on my Discord because I already did a color form. I already did it. God. Allah. So tired of this attack. I did nothing wrong to you people. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I just don't get it. we take a break on this, I'll just go right to this head, and then I'll go right back to the other leg. I'm thinking of keeping this like black and white cover. When I saw that Hulk cover, I'm like, yeah, I think the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake should be black and white. I'm sticking with the blue tones of Beast Citizen Road Warrior Drake because it just works better. And the recent page that I colored with the blue tone is just like, yeah, it just looks so much better. I feel better about it. So I'm doing that. I was contemplating either doing it in color, like I'm doing with Pumpkin War Patch, or going to like traditional black and white, or what. But yeah, I'm gonna just do the blue tone. It just works better. It works absolutely better. In spite of the fact that you guys are tormenting me and being very racist in the chat, I hope you're enjoying yourselves at least. Oh yeah, KSS says, "Alas, Matt, my good friend, Zack Snyder's trying to remake Escape from New York, and he said he's considering doing his own version of the Odyssey. Is Zack Snyder like the JDA of the movie industry?" I heard Zack Snyder saying he was doing like some form of Escape from New York, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like where that's gonna go. I kind of like, you know what? Y'all saw that video that was circulating on X with the trash in New York City in the streets? Like, you don't got to do a fictionalized account of Escape from New York. It's already happening. Like, it's already becoming a. Well, I mean, it's been a dump for the last how many years? It's been almost no, it's been almost 20 years that New York has gone from bad to worse. Like, I remember when I was in college during the '90s when Giuliani was mayor, crime was at its lowest. Everything was clean. You can go to the subways and feel safe because it was like it just felt safer. Like there was a sense of accountability. So like it was safer and cleaner. Then 9/11 happened, and then I mean Giuliani was ending his term anyway, but then Bloomberg took over, and Bloomberg's first term he didn't do much of anything. He just kept Giuliani's policies and kept everything intact. Then the second term he started doing the bike lanes, and that created all kinds of like congestion with traffic and shit. And he was doing some like kind of like low tier fuckery, and then he illegally created for himself a third term, which New Yorkers didn't fight thoroughly hard enough, but they could because the alternative was a hardline socialist, and New York didn't want that, so they said we have no choice but to bring in Bloomberg for an illegal third term, and then he lost third term after he got reelected. So it's like, yeah, you know what, this is some fuckery. But yeah, he ended up fucking New York even more, and then after Bloomberg came De Blasio, and that was a disaster. 2 terms of De Blasio, then one failed term of Eric Adams, and then here we are with Mondomini. So it's bad. I saw my city become a shithole, and I don't like it. Crime is at an all time low there. Not an all time low. It's getting high. I don't know if it's at an all time high, but it is high there now. The muggings and the assault are getting really bad now. Especially and it's just bad. It's just bad. I'll keep it like that. But my point being is that you don't need to make a fictionalized account of Escape from New York because it's already happening. Clutch Comics says you should look at how they tried to ruin Brazil, the movie. You mean Terry Gilliam's Brazil? Like, what are they doing with that? I don't know what's going on with that. Is there something I need to be aware of with that? I still haven't seen that movie yet. I have to see Brazil. I got to see that movie. Yeah, there's quite a few movies I haven't seen that I should. Like Godfather, I haven't seen. Apocalypse Now, I haven't seen. Brazil, I haven't seen. So I do got to see it. Zack Snyder's creatively bankrupt. Zack Snyder has only one trick up his sleeve. He can't. He doesn't know how to adapt as a director. He's good at something. Like 300 was a good adaptation. That was one of Zack Snyder's better films. Watchmen, the director's cut was pretty solid. I will admit that. It was shocking. 'Cause I had not read the comic for Watchmen, so I didn't know what I was getting into when I saw the movie. But I was like, it was fairly shocking what I saw. I was like, oh wow, this really is deconstruction. And honestly, like I knew of superhero deconstructionism, but I had never actually seen it until I saw the Watchmen, and it was shocking for me, at least anyway. I'll have to admit that. Um, and then I tried to read the comic. I haven't read the comic fully. I tried to read it. I think I still have it, but it's too much exposition, that comic. And granted, it wasn't released as a graphic novel. It was released as a miniseries, and then they compiled it into a graphic novel. So it was meant to be read as a comic, as a floppy, but it was just too much exposition, way too much. And I kind of sort of lost interest. I know that there were some differences with the comic and the movie, and ultimately the result was the same, which is that Rorschach was the most relatable character. And yet, for some reason, Alan Moore didn't think he would be the one that people would relate to, because he wrote him in a way where he thought that Rorschach was the outlier, and Rorschach was the guy that was the crazy one. And it's like, yeah, he was the crazy one, but he was also the one that made the most sense. And Alan Moore didn't understand that. And I'm like, some writers, when they write their stuff, don't really understand the target audience and don't understand what people resonate with. So when you look at the story, it was very clear Rorschach was the only one doing the right thing. He was the only one who had any principle, and he was acting on those principles. And in hindsight, he was the only one doing the right thing. But Alan Moore treated him like he was a crazy person and an outlier. And it's like, yeah, you kind of don't understand morality there, pal. And I don't think he realized his book, as a result, got popular not for the reasons he thought it got popular for. I'm not saying he's not a good writer, but he clearly didn't understand the subject that he was dealing with Watchmen. That's a given. Punch Comics says KSS. It's not that directors are creatively bankrupt. It's the studios. They're contracted too. They play the game and then bow to the cult in the end. So no creative bone exists in them. KSS says throwing spears at me. You haven't seen Godfather or Apocalypse Now? Alana, forget what I said earlier, good friend. You must watch all those. I will. I'll watch them. I'll get to them for sure. I'll get to them. I mean, I think one of the reasons why I haven't seen Godfather yet is because I had seen Goodfellas, and one of my friends said to me when I watched that, he says he thought that Goodfellas was a better movie than Godfather, a better gangster movie. He told me he felt Godfather was overrated, especially in light of Goodfellas. And I love Goodfellas. I thought Goodfellas was a very solid movie, very very fun, solid, well told story. And yeah, it was a fun movie. It was one of those movies that based on real thing on a real situation, it was fun to watch. But he said that he thought that was a better gangster film than Godfather was. Doesn't mean I won't watch it, but that's the consensus from a lot of people who I talked to. Not everyone agrees with that consensus, but a lot who have said that to me that they felt that Goodfellas was the better gangster movie over Godfather. But I'll still watch Godfather and give it its due, and then I'll give you my thoughts on it. That will happen. Don't worry. Yeah, I agree with KSS. Zack Snyder's not creatively bankrupt. I agree with KSS on that one. Because all his movies are the same. They're the same. It's just that it doesn't work with every single story that's being told. Tim Wilson says people act like deconstruction is always a bad thing. It's not a bad thing if the story um, needs it, but if that's all people are doing, then they're killing a genre. See, movies like, for example, a movie like Scream was a parody of the horror genre, but Hollywood, the studios, and filmmakers at the time didn't understand. They didn't understand that it was meant to be a parody. So what did they do? They made a franchise out of it, and then they started making ripoffs of it. It's like, yeah, you kind of did the thing. That's not really what the movie was trying to do, but you made it into its own franchise, its own thing, and it's like, yeah, it's burnout. It's lots of burnout. So they didn't quite understand the assignment when it came to when it came to Scream, and then when they did books like The Watchmen, right? That was meant to be an outlier, but people took it as, oh, it's a new genre of storytelling in comic books. Let's do that. In some cases, it worked. In other cases, it's like, yeah, it's not good. Not at all. Like recently you have Invincible and you have The Boys, which was deconstructionism, but in the case of The Boys, it became propaganda, and it was just degenerate. And people that were upset over it with the show's finale, I'm like, why are you upset about it? Like, nothing about that show that came before it suggested anything otherwise. They hate the target audience. So why are you upset about it? You should have seen the signs then. That's why I avoided watching it. But I guess people just cling on to hopes that they'll have that franchise that they like or something. I don't know. Christianity Chess at last, my good video yesterday. Thank you. Yeah, I expect that video to be EFAP. I expect some of the right kinds of people to be upset about it, and they will be upset about it. I expect that. Totally expect it. Especially those that rely on Liam to grow their channels. They probably won't like what I have to say, but as I said in the video, Liam is not the problem. He's a symptom of the problem. Problem is Ethan Van Sciver. If you haven't seen my video, go watch it and you'll see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I expect it. Let's see. A lot of people mad you told like it was. They just don't like the last man. They don't like it the last man. They don't. I mean, I'm hitting their cash cow. I'm hitting their cash cow. That's the problem. They don't like the truth. They don't like and the thing is, okay, here's the thing, Chris, and I'm gonna say this because I won't say names, but I've been talking to some people in DMs, and let's just say that Comicsgate got a huge boost in visibility by some big channels and other sectors thanks to this Liam Gray stuff, and it's not going to be good for Comicsgate at all. And one of the guys associated with the CG Church noped out of it. He's like, I'm done with Comicsgate. So he jumped ship. He's a creator. He's great. He jumped ship, and a lot more people are going to be bouncing very soon when they start seeing the writing on the wall and what really happened and how this flagging stuff and how Ethan encouraged it and what have you. It's going to be bad for business if you're a comic creator. And a lot of people in the sector have taken notice of it, and it's going to get really bad for publicity for Comicsgate. So there's people mad at me about what I did and what I showed. They're not prepared for what's coming. They are not prepared. So you're going to see it. It's not going to be good for them. but I don't care if they're mad. Like you think a video about anything Comics Gate related that shows CG in its proper light is going to be a video that people in CG are going to praise and love and say, "Hey, good job." No, they're going to be like, "Hey, that's you can't show that. Like, how dare you show that? You're biased." I'm like, I'm just showing with receipts the stuff that's happening. Like, you can't fight the receipts, and they haven't been able to fight the receipts. All they can do is just talk about their own revisionism and not address the receipts at hand. It's like you've already lost. You've already lost. So yeah, it's gonna get very interesting the next few days. That's all I'll say. No, kids. This guy I'm talking about didn't nuke his channel. That's not what I'm talking about. He didn't nuke his channel. Okay. It's been very wild, and with the things like with the for the fans fest that's happening, it's like yeah, this is gonna kill that festival because normal folks are not really interested in a comic festival outside of people they already know and are interested in seeing and going to a local community as opposed to a casino. Like you're holding this thing at a casino. Like nobody's a comic fan is gonna go to a casino. That's just not gonna happen. The average person going to a casino is going to a casino because they want to go to the casino, not because they want to buy a fucking comic. Maybe they'll buy merch, but they're not buying a comic book. But hey, they'll find out the hard way, I guess. Lunch Comics is putting a link to his stream. He's going to be streaming after I get off. So be sure to check him out. Be sure to check out our good friend, Plunge Comics. Let's see. Chris Sanders' worst part is Matt Rumor, dude, is already locked in. It has to happen no matter what at this point. Going off what he said in DG stream the other week. Yeah, he's locked in. He can't get back out of it because I mean, here's the thing. He could back out of it. Here's the thing. He was given sound business advice by his parents, and he didn't take them up on it. So he's already shown that he's not really business savvy. So if he's really smart, here's what he said. My understanding is that if he pulls out, there's like 20 grand of that money he ain't getting back. So if he goes through with it, I think he makes like he's there's like I don't I have to look at the numbers, but when I looked at it at the time, I was like, yeah, if he pulls out, he'd lose less money than if he went through with it. That's what we came to the conclusion. But he should have listened to his parents. They gave him some sound advice, and he chose not to. So, but I see we got a $2 super chat from Sir Rubisan. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Sir Rubisan for $2. He says, "Curious, why must people hate on T3 just because it ain't T2?" I think as T3 shouldn't have happened. You're talking about Terminator 2, right? Terminator 3, Terminator 2. Yeah, Terminator 2 shouldn't have happened. I mean, Terminator 3 shouldn't have happened because Terminator 2 gave you the impression that it was finite. The story conclusively ended at Terminator 2. So then Terminator 3 came out and I was like, no, 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 it did not. And it's like, you took away all the emotional investment of Terminator 2 just for a cash grab sequel. I mean, it wasn't a terrible sequel, but it really was not necessary. It shouldn't have happened. So that's the thing with Terminator 3 is that it shouldn't have happened because it was just not necessary. Anyway, uh, okay. Yeah, just curious. I mean, I guess you don't have to answer in the chat, but how many of y'all going to for the Fans Fest? You've heard it said, boots on the ground. Yeah, there's gonna be some boots on the ground, but they're not really CG fans. But it was coming. That's gonna happen. But how many of y'all in the chat, if you want to share that info, you don't got to share it. But how many of y'all in the chat are going to for the Fans Fest? I actually have not decided if I'm going or not. I probably would be like treated like Voldemort if I went, for obvious reasons. So that's why I've not made any plans to go. KSS says skip Terminator 3, watch Terminator, Terminator 2, and the first Matrix movie, and pretend Neo is John Connor. Ignore the other Matrix films. That's quite a task there. But you know what? You might be onto something. You might be onto something there. But yeah, I say skip every movie after Terminator 2. Skip it. Pretend it never happened. Every single Terminator movie. Like T3 may be okay. I know some people are starting to warm up to Salvation, but Salvation was not a good interpretation of the future that Terminator presented. But Terminator Genesis, avoid that, or as my good friend Rambo Rap for Life would call it, Terminator Genesis shits. Avoid that fucking movie, and definitely avoid Terminator Dark Fate. That piece of garbage. Aside from the fact that they killed off John Connor, they put some like message in that movie, and it's all like anti-patriarchal and girl boss shit. Yeah, avoid that fucking movie. Just keep it at Terminators 1 and 2. That's all you need. So many things wrong with it. It undoes Terminator 2. It replaces the role of John Connor with uh of some unknown female Mexican, I think. Who's not anywhere near as compelling as John Connor. It was a big fuck you to the Terminator fans, that movie. That's why it failed. Terminator Dark Fate. 2019, I think. No, I hated it. It was a fuck you to the fans. I hated it. And a lot of people they hated it too. So well, you can't bring in new fans and piss away the old fans. That was a mistake that they did, but they did. You got to keep the fan base that's buying your merch happy. That's a business sound model. You don't piss off the old fans. That has been proven over and over again to fail. No, I know, but I'm telling you, it has been proven over and over again to fail. You don't piss off the old fans. And the people that did Sonic, they got that message in 2019 or 2020 with that first trailer, and people hated it. They went back and changed it up. And now that movie is a franchise, a $1 billion franchise, because they listened to the fans and say, we don't want to make the fans mad. We actually want to give them what they want. And they did. And Sonic, the movies are doing really good as a result. So Rubinstein says, but Elizabeth, but China. Yeah, that's the thing, is Hollywood it was catering heavily to China. So that ruined the creative inspiration for a lot of these movies. That they didn't want to upset China, so they made sure that it was very China friendly. Otherwise, they wouldn't get those $1 billion, which in the long run didn't even work out because movies like Star Wars didn't do well in China. Wait, Mass Bandit says, I actually remember seeing a bunch of people and artists I knew from conventions defending Dark Fate online, but I could tell from the trailers it was hot diarrhea. Well, the movie did terribly. It didn't do well. That's all you need to know. From the fans who, like myself, who hated it, it was not a good. It just shouldn't have been made. It really shouldn't have been made. It's like, oh, you like T2? Well, fuck you. I'm redoing it. And the guy you rooted for, well, he's dead now. So, and here's a new person that you never knew about, and we're gonna replace all the male characters, make all the male characters even bad or whatever, and girl power. It's like, yeah, okay, well, you ain't getting my money, so good luck to that. What's the old saying? It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Bold strategy. Go for it. Don't piss off your fan base. Like that is a tried and true message. It is proven over and over again. You don't piss away the old fan base to bring in new ones because it never works out. You keep the old fan base because the old fan base brings in the new ones. It's called children. It's called your kids. You pass it on to your kids, and then they pass it on to your peers. But if you don't like it and you don't talk about it to your kids, guess what? The kids find something new. And what did they find? They found Pokemon, they found Yu-Gi-Oh, they found Chainsaw Man, One Punch Man. Um, what else? What else did they find? What are all the things that the cool kids are watching? Sonic, yeah, Sonic. That's another one. Heck, even Mario got a resurgence. And guess what? What they did with Mario, like they didn't at least I don't think they did. They didn't really piss away the old fans. They kept the old fans and brought in new ones by bringing in, by using a medium that the new fans like, and that worked. Same thing with Sonic. They didn't piss away the old fans. They kept the old fans or bringing in new fans. It's a weird strategy, but it works. It absolutely works. You can't don't piss away the old fans. Don't do it.
Well, they were close to making people mad.
Who was?
People who were creating Sonic games.
Well, they did. They pissed off a lot of the fans because of the design, so they went back and changed it. They actually correct. No, it was the fans of Sonic who didn't like the design. They're like that looks like shit. So they listened to the fans, and as a result, it brought in new fans. Yeah, that's like no one knows why they tried to change it. It just w- it's like you don't. What's the old saying? Don't fix what ain't broke. Don't fix what it's what. If you got a tried and true moneymaker, don't mess with it. Don't mess with it. What's up? But there's nothing really new. It's an adaptation of the same stuff. There's nothing new under the sun. Every story that's told has already been told. But how you tell it is what brings in the fans. And if you have an established a franchise, the franchise exists for a reason. You don't piss away the fans of that franchise. It never works. Like what? Give me an example. Okay. Well, I can tell you this: they tried to revive Star Wars, that failed. They tried to revive Star Trek, that failed. Right, but the fans did not, and that movie lost. I was a fan too, and they turned me away from it. No, that's me and and a lot of the fan base. Force Awakens made $2 billion, and then Last Shadow made 1.3 million, no 1.3 billion, which lost 700 million, and then Rise of Skywalker made $1 billion. So half the fan base by that point left the franchise. They lost money. Solo bombed. The Mandalorian right now is bombing. People are not putting it to Star Wars because of the years of being insulted by Kathleen Kennedy and Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams. People got tired. So, you know what? We'll just go back and just watch the older Star Wars stuff, and that's what they did. You don't piss off the old fan base. It never worked. That is proven time and time again. You don't do it. You don't do it. Punch Comics says even I went to watch Sonic at the movies, and I ain't even a fan. See, there you go. There you go. Mazepana says exactly. Subverting expectations hasn't worked out very well in the last several years, but Hollywhack can't learn the lesson. We'll see what happens with this Brain Dead Odyssey movie. Well, I'm probably not going to watch it. I'm going to watch Master Universe with reserved expectations. Everything I'm hearing about the movie hasn't been bad, so I'm going to watch that one. So yeah, Chris Sandy says they're going to do a reimagining of Escape from New York, and Zack Snyder is heading it. Yeah, that's what he called it, a reimagining. I'm like, geez, I wonder what the reimagining is going to be. Like, yeah, that'll be curious to see what the reimagining is. Okay, here we go. I want to probably add like a busted background, with some birch or something. Let me just start doing this now. Yeah, yeah, I am. I am. Let's see. Hold on. Oh yeah, Chris Stanley says they made sure to use the term, yeah, reimagining. Yeah, that's they're preparing you for what it's going to be. It's going to be some kind of more of that, some more propaganda. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what they mean by reimagining. Once they say things like that, I'm already tuned out. But we'll see. We'll see. Ken says, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, Hollywood! Stop remaking John Carpenter movies unless it's Ghost of Mars." Well, this is why I'm so thankful for Robert Zemeckis, who said, "You're not going to remake Back to the Future while I'm alive." So we're hoping that Robert Zemeckis can stay alive for the next 50 or so years, so that they don't remake Back to the Future. No, I mean, I'm sure that some people do. Right.
And Mike able to make an appearance before he passes in some sort of role. Okay? I think that would be great.
I don't trust modern Hollywood to do that movie justice, and I don't think Robert Zemeckis does either. Even though Robert Zemeckis himself, like he's kind of fallen off a bit, but not terribly. But I don't trust Hollywood to. I'd rather see a Teen Wolf remake with Michael Jackson. Which other guy? Well, man, what is his name? I forgot his name. I'm such a bastard. Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, he's still alive. Yeah. Mazepana says the funny thing is their target audience doesn't even like modern Star Wars. I've watched a lot of those inner city SJW types and behind closed doors. They dislike it, but defend it publicly. Weak. Well, the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. They're not coming out to see it because the movies are not making the money. It it's a dead brand. It really is. The money's not there anymore. They're going to see others. For a while, the MCU was carrying the load. The MCU was making bank, and then Phase 4 and 5 happened, and they did the thing where they were shitting on the fans and shitting on quote unquote toxic masculinity, and the fan base like, fuck it, I ain't paying money to see it, and that's what happened, and that's why Doomsday is quote unquote course correcting. How they're course correcting, I don't know. That remains to be seen if it's going to be a good movie or not. I don't know. I don't like the fact that they cast Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom. I don't like that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say that I don't like that Captain America's coming back. I do like it that he's coming back, but I don't trust they're gonna handle his story well. But we'll see. Chris Stanley says movies want bankability and rate of return, no, rate of investment, right? No, return of investment. ROI is return of investment. Yes, new and original go out the window at that point. As such, prequels, sequels, remakes, spin-offs reign supreme for now. Money talks. I mean, that's true. Money talks. Some person says indie movies are rising anyway. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that movie that's coming out, Obsession, that's out. That movie, Obsession, I think it cost like $700,000, and it's making millions. They already made a profit with that movie, and that movie beat The Mandalorian. It's unheard of that an indie movie made for cheap defeats a Star Wars film in the box office. It's unheard of. Obsession.
Okay, it doesn't surprise me since they made the new Mandalorian PG-13.
That doesn't mean anything. The original Star Wars movies were rated PG. No, the original Star Wars were PG, and Revenge of the Sith was PG-13. And that movie made bank. That doesn't mean anything. Obsession's rated R, by the way. R-rated. There was this belief for a long time that R-rated films were box office poison. Well, Terminator 2 killed that belief, and so did The Matrix. R-rated films do make money if their hype is there. But for a while, Hollywood was so afraid of making a film R-rated because they were afraid that parents could bring their kids. But if it's good, it'll make money. You know what I'm saying? So Chris Denny says, I read that two YouTube creators have top movies this year. Don't know which ones. Yeah, I don't know which ones either. The last YouTuber that I know made a movie was this guy, Lucas Cruikshank. He made that movie called Fred, and that movie was terrible. Terrible. So, you know. They went back to the PG-13 theme in the 2000s. Yeah, they did. I mean, when Revenge of the Sith was rated PG-13, that was a big deal because all the Star Wars films before that were rated PG. And I remember when Lucas announced it would be a PG-13 movie, people were like, "Oh wow, this is going to be an intense Star Wars film," and it was intense. It absolutely was intense. Um, but yeah, for a Star Wars film, PG-13 was a big deal back in 2000 and when did it come out? 2005. Yeah, 2005. That's when it came out. That was a big deal back then. And yeah, it definitely earned the PG-13 rating. Okay, Candace says Obsession and Backrooms. That's right, Backrooms. That's right. Were both done by YouTubers and done cheap. 1 million or so horror movies will almost always make bank. A good original horror film and some good marketing will make bank for sure. Absolutely. They are hard to come by because there's no originality in them. People want something new and unique. People are tired of Scream. They're tired of those same type of movies over and over and over. For a while, the Evil Dead remake was doing okay. I mean, it. People were saying it was pretty good. I haven't seen the Evil Dead remakes yet. At some point, I will see it. A lot of people swear by it, so I'll go check those out at some point. But that's Evil Dead. Like you can only milk that franchise for so long until people get bored with it. So yeah, there's that. But I remember hearing about the backroom, not the movie, but the whole phenomenon of the backroom stuff. It was my son who introduced me to it. The concept of the back rooms. If you guys don't know what the backroom stuff is related to, so it's like an internet creepy pasta, and there was a whole series of YouTube videos of just empty rooms and empty hallways, and that's all it was empty rooms, empty hallways, and you may occasionally run into some kind of like creature or phantom, and you have to run for your life. It's a phenomenon that I particularly don't really. Yeah, I mean, I understand the curiosity, the fascination of it, but I particularly didn't care for it. But it was a phenomena. in my son's generation. So there's that, and then now you have a movie about it, and guess what? It's making money. The generation that was into the backroom stuff, they seem to like the movie. So that's how you make money. Please your fan base. That's it. It's shocking, but yeah, it works. Um, Chris Davis shows that no matter the medium, good storytelling always reigns supreme. Yeah, it always does. And the thing is, if a movie doesn't do well in the theater, but the stories are good, it will do great at home video. It will do great on like, I guess these days it's called streaming now. Yeah, that's the thing. Theaters are expensive now. Like it's like $15 a ticket now or more. So like you can't take your whole family to see a movie without spending over $100 now. And that's just on tickets. We're not talking about like popcorn, which is super expensive. Drinks are super expensive. You know, it's expensive to go see a movie now in the theater, and that sucks because I like seeing a movie in the theater. I like experiencing an event movie with a good audience and absorbing their excitement. But it costs money now. Chris Stuckman's movie, however, tanked. It was really, really bad. What was this movie? What was the Chris Stuckman movie? I probably know. I just don't remember it. So you have to clog my memory a bit. What was that movie he did? Yeah, a lot of older movies are getting. Chris Stanley says are getting more recognition in the streaming era. I know you meant error, not error, but I know what you meant. The thing though with the streaming, however, is and this has been confirmed by a lot of people, is they are like changing scenes now, or they're starting to like add disclaimers now. So they're beginning the process of altering the movies now. That's why I say stick to physical media because streaming is giving itself permission to alter the movies we like and watch. Horror films can be usually made to cheap and do well because it casts a wider net for audiences, young and old, male and female, and you don't need big stars. That's very true. 100%. Very, very true. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Let's see. Shelby Oaks was Chris Stuckman's movie. I don't remember that. I, I, I totally don't remember that movie. Hmm. Hmm. Why don't I remember that movie? This has been a good conversation so far, so I appreciate you guys in the chat sticking around and engaging in some non-drama shit. That's inspiring for me, especially considering that this weekend is all about inspiration for me. It's all about art, trying to sell my artwork, trying to sell copies of my books. So 100% appreciate this conversation. That means you've put your spears away, and I'm all for that. Put them damn spears away. Remakes no one asked for. That's the thing. That nobody's asking for a lot of these remakes. Although to be fair, well, let me see. I mean, I guess I don't remember the '80s in terms of like the demand for movies like the Fly and the Blob, but those are examples of remakes that did very well. Like there is room for remakes. It's just what are you remaking and why? What artistic purpose do you have for the remake? Like with the Blob, they had the technology to make it more frightening. And the thing with the Blob is they actually made the characters likable. Like almost every character in that movie was pretty likable. So when they were killed off, when many of the characters were killed off, it was actually shocking. That's why the film was so well received because you actually felt for the characters, and when you see them killed off, it's like, oh damn, like oh, in a way, it was like a gut punch. That's how you know the Blob was a monster. That was like, yeah, this is a nasty motherfucker. So it's one of those movies that really did well with the script, and in a way, it subverted expectations, but it knew how to do it, and that's an example of how you subvert expectations. Um, let's see, anything to anything to add gain or just a cash grab. That's one of the examples of how to spot a bad remake, or at the very least, the warning signs of a bad remake. Is it a cash grab? Is it something to keep the rights to? Lady Shadowban says she wants a Gone with the Wind remake. Um, I don't know. I have not. Oh, that's another movie I've not seen. Is Gone with the Wind. I don't know. And this is just a personal, not like a personal taste for me. I don't know if I could sit through a 3 hour movie like that of that particular one. I'm not saying that it's a bad movie at all. The contrary, it is a classic for a reason. But um, I don't know how I feel about that. I probably should because it is a classic movie. It's very iconic. Had one of the most iconic endings, from what I understand, where Clark Gable goes to Scarlet and says, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." And I think, yeah, that's how every man should be. I don't give a damn. So I guess that's one of the reasons why. What? Oh, she says they get back together in the zoo. I bought Lady Shut Up and the novel of Scarlet because I heard she was a big um Gone with the Wind fan, and yeah, she liked the sequel, and she told me about the book. So I found a hardcover copy of Scarlet, and I bought it for her. Yeah, Hoser by the same author, but she liked it. She said it was still very good. Which, I mean, from what I read, people like it. So again, I'm not I'm not saying I don't like the movie. I haven't seen the movie, so I'm not really like a fan of it. But not because that's only because I haven't seen it. But from people that have read the book, they liked Scarlet. So for what it's worth, it is a well received book. And for fans of Gone with the Wind, it is a worthy sequel. So there's that. Chances allows that. Watch Gone with the Wind. It's long, but on the film buff, you have to. If you say you haven't watched Casablanca, I might unsub. I have not seen Casablanca. I bought Casablanca for my mom actually years ago because she was a fan of Casablanca. I did buy her that. But wait, wasn't Casablanca about like Humphrey Bogart plays a guy who has an affair with a woman who's married? Is that what Casablanca is about? Because I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of movies like that. Like I don't like movies that endorse marital affairs and pass it off as a romance. I'm like I don't like that. Call me whatever you want, but I don't like movies that they pass themselves off as love stories, and it's a movie about a woman cheating on her husband, or even a man cheating on his wife. Like it's I don't like that. To me, a worthy romance movie is if you deal with a married couple, make it about the married couple. Call me a sap, but that's just me. I just that's a, yeah, you know what? That's a good example. Indecent Proposal is a good example of a love story involving a married couple. That's actually and a lot of people like that movie from what I know. So that's an excellent example. But yeah, I don't like movies where like married people cheat. It kills my spirit. I don't like it. I'll be honest with you. Okay, Kaz says in Casablanca, he doesn't have an affair with a married woman. She's married. She used to date him, but not now. Okay, all right. So she stays loyal to her husband then. Okay, okay. I'll give it a watch at some point. I would like to watch that. I also wanted to watch some of the Philip Marlowe Humphrey Bogart movies. I do want to watch those. I may even make room for like no I have to watch I do want to watch some of the Philip Marlowe stuff. Maltese Falcon and uh, among others. The Humphrey Bogart stuff. I mean, okay, kids. I read your comic, kids. I know it's not about cheating. I read it. Okay, I read it. Chucking your spear at me already. Oh damn it, we were doing so good. Anyway, Master Panda says glorifying cheating has gotten so much more popular in the movies in the last 25 years or so. They really are trying to influence society for the worse. Yeah, that's the deconstruction of the family. That's what that is. KS says Casablanca. Rick has to save his ex and her new husband, even though he's still in love with her. You jerk. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Okay, fine. I'll watch it. Stop yelling at me, Kizzy. Kizzy! I'm not your Liam Gray, Kizzy. Don't yell at me. Actually, I can be your Liam Gray. I will strike you. So you watch yourself, Kizzy. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, Kizzy. I mean, uh, just be nice to me. Don't call the embassy on me because I'll I'll stream about you and then I'll encourage my chat to violate your TOS and then we'll strike you. It'll happen. Just try me, Chrysippus. Just try me. Speaking of Humphrey Bogart, um, I talked about this on some of my Monday Monster Moratorium streams, but there is that episode of Tales from the Crypt with John Lithgow, directed by Robert Zemeckis, in which they insert a computerized image of Humphrey Bogart into the episode. So in a way, you have Humphrey Bogart inserted into an episode of Tales from the Crypt. It was actually very fascinating. It was done with the same technology they did with Forrest Gump, where they inserted JFK and Richard Nixon in that movie. They did that with Humphrey Bogart. Um, I don't know the name of the episode. You can probably find it on YouTube. But look up Tales from the Crypt Humphrey Bogart, and you'll see what the episode is. It's for that reason, it's one of my favorite episodes. Last night, watch Casablanca. There are scenes reminiscent of Raiders of the Lost Ark, a jerk, and Peter Lorre's in it. Okay, I'll watch it. I'll get a copy and I'll watch it. Okay, fine. You convince me. You convince me. Okay, says as fun fact, Margaret Mitchell wrote Gone with the Wind. Fun fact, she was a cousin of Doc Holliday. Well, there you go. Christianity says, I remember that episode. They just did a Tales from the Crypt marathon the other weekend on IFC. Is IFC still a thing? I remember when IFC, aka the Independent Film Channel, was about independent films. And then they slowly gradually moved away and became something completely unrelated. But yeah, that was one of my favorite episodes because it was so weird. It was so weird. It was weird watching Humphrey Bogart being brought back from the dead to star in an episode of Tales from the Crypt. But I enjoyed it. It was just fun. It was just knowing that actually happened was like, oh wow, that's crazy. So yeah, it says Elasmat. Margaret Mitchell was happy with Clark Gable and Gone with the Wind, but she originally wanted Groucho Marx as Red Butler. It's true. Wow, that's weird. Groucho Marx as Red Butler. That's insane. I don't know what the thought process behind that was. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Paramount bought station. Paramount bought IFC. Okay, well that explains it. That explains it. Because I remember when IFC was a good channel. But there were so many movies I had not seen before that I watched on IFC, and then they were when they were at their peak, they would do like Akira Kurosawa marathons, or um, they would do who's that French filmmaker? I forget who that French filmmaker was, but he did like uh, he used to do like movies like Alphaville, for example. Not Luc Besson. It was another guy, the other guy, very famous French filmmaker, classic filmmaker. But that they also show movies like Once Were Warriors, which was that movie that introduced people to Timur Morrison. It's a great movie about the culture of the Maori people. That was a great film. I saw that on IFC. So many great films on IFC that they would not show anymore because Paramount took it and made it all commercial and shit. So that sucks. Hey, it says my good friend Elasma and I have discussed Tales from the Crypt in our super secret private conversations where we bored Carol with movie talk, and we will continue to bore the snot out of colors. I'm all for that. Listen, I'm all for it. Thank you for reminding me. I'll keep doing it. I'll keep doing it. Anyway, let me see. I should probably put a shadow. Yeah, I'm gonna put a shadow on here, and I'm gonna keep the bricks outlined. So, I'll read the chat in a second. Or read the chat in a second. Okay, wait, hold on. Chris Nanny says John Lithgow starred in Tales from the Crypt, You Murderer, season 6, episode 15. That's the one, yeah, with Humphrey Bogart. Directed by Robert Zemeckis, this noir-style episode famously used CGI, early CGI, and archival footage to feature Humphrey Bogart. That's the episode. You Murderer, yeah. So the main character um performs surgery and transforms him into Humphrey Bogart, and the whole episode's told from his point of view. So when you see Humphrey Bogart, you're actually seeing him in reflections. So you don't. He's not there as like a third person. He's there in reflections. The way they tell the story visually, it's pretty well made. It's very unique how they tell the story, and how Humphrey Bogart was inserted into the show rather than that particular episode. But yeah, um, Lazmat. Mazapana says, "Did you say you already started doing pages for Road Warrior Drake 3?" Yeah, I did. Um, Also, are you bouncing back and forth between that and Pumpkin War Patch, or Reduction One Bucket? I'm going back and forth between that and Pumpkin War Patch. Um, let me see. Let me show you a page. Hold on. I'm gonna take a break from this. I'm gonna pull up a page of Battle King Road Warrior Drake. Um, and now I'll show you the page I did for Pumpkin War Patch. Let's see, Battle King Road Warrior Drake. So far, I've done one complete page of Battle King Road Warrior Drake. And I may have showed this on stream. I don't remember if I did or didn't, but let me show it to you. Hey, baby.
That looks really good.
Thank you, my love.
Mm.
Okay, so there's let me show this. Let me click OK.
What is it?
So that right there. Okay, so this is a page for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. So there you go. Let me enlarge it. So you see what I mean when I said I stuck with the blue tint, right? I'm still going with the blue tint. Um, and I'm going somewhere with this story. But yeah, there's a drawing from Battle King Road Warrior Drake. Marvel's Bizarre Adventure. How you doing? It's good seeing you in chat. He says, no guys, great video last night. Your editing has improved a lot in the past few years. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Um, yeah, but this is a page from Battle King Road Warrior Drake. And again, I mentioned how I like drawing by hand now. I mean by hand. I like drawing um pen to paper. Let me see. Do I have that drawing on here? Let me see if I have it here. I thought I did. Let's see. Hold on, I don't see it here. But I have other drawings for Battle King Road Warrior Drake that I have not digitized and colored yet. I'll show you this. So there's this. This is what I'm doing for the cover. I still have to draw more on it, but there's that, and then let's see. Okay, here's a page. One of the action sequences right here. See it? I think I drew this on stream one day. I think I remember showing this on stream. But there's this, right? This is a page that's going into Battle King Road Warrior Drake. And oh, here you go. This is the page I showed you guys right now. This is what I showed you. So there it is. This is a page that I drew by hand and on paper and digitized it. Um, let's see. This is the drawing that I inked. Actually, I showed this on panel on the stream earlier. But let me see. I thought I had more to show you. Hold on. My stuff is falling all over the place. There we go. Okay. All right. Just making sure that my camera is not flubbing. Um, let's see here. Here's my Pumpkin War Patch. This is the cover for Pumpkin War Patch issue number 3. I just have to put a background on it, but yeah, this is the cover for that. Um, let's see. There was another page I drew of Battle King Road Warrior Drake that also has not been digitized yet. Where is it? I just saw it here. But I was drawing that page, and I drew it with the intent of making it the splash page, page 1. But as I was drawing it, I was like, yeah, this is not dynamic enough for a splash page, page 1. So I'll just do it as a page later on. Here it is. Okay, so yeah, this page right here. Right? He's standing in front of a couple of people. I haven't decided if there's going to be people that follow him or enemies, but yeah. So I've been hard at work on Battle King Road Warrior Drake, and also doing Pumpkin War Patch. Did I show you the last page I did a Pumpkin War Patch? Let me show you guys. Let me show you so I can get the so I get some people upset that, oh, how dare he draw that? How dare he draw? His stuff is shit. Let's see. Let me show you guys this. Let me change it up here. No, not that one. Um, where is it? There we go. Okay. So here's Pumpkin War Patch. So this is page 2. And let's show you guys page 3. Here's page 3. There's a robot character that she encounters. I had fun drawing this because I was able to get meticulous with the background leaves and the foliage, and it's like I'm liking how that looked. I really like the being able to work with um, various shades of green and working with the lettering in a bit. So, and yeah, she's naked on the top panel. So yeah, but I just had fun drawing her. So there's that. So that's what I'm working on. I've been very busy with that and other things too. So Marvel's Bizarre Adventures. I haven't seen Backrooms yet. Unfortunately, I already got spoiled by the internet. Still interested in it though. So there was a movie that came out called TV Pasta like a couple years ago. I saw it recently, and it's like that movie didn't show any of the creepypasta stuff. So horror movies can be very disappointing. But yeah, KS says, remember Tales from the Crypt, where Kyle McLaughlin is a criminal on the run and he is handcuffed to a cop that he unalives and had to drag him around the desert with him? He barely remember that one, but yeah, that sounds familiar. Who played the cop? Was it a no-namer that played the cop? I don't remember. But that sounds familiar. KS says, I see nipple. Yeah, because I told you she's naked, so you're going to see nipples. Clothes from his titties. Chris Stanley says, look, see, Chris Stanley's subtle. He says, looks cold there. Why can't you be subtle like Chris Stanley? Chris Stanley, color form. He's subtle like Chris Stanley. He's subtle. I like that. Matt Spence says, oh yeah, not nice, bright, clean colors. I dig it. Yeah, that's what I'm going with that. I'm going with that's the plan. So um remember when they try to make the Slender Man movie? The thing with creepypastas is they have to be how can I say that? They got to do it where it's like faithful in tone to the source material, and I don't think they do a good job with that. They don't know how to do it. William Sadler is the cop, says KSS. The bad guy in Die Hard 2. Yeah, I know who William Sadler is, yes. I remember Dream On. Holy shit. You're bringing back memories. I remember Dream On, yes. The HBO that was I think it was like HBO's first series, no? Yeah, that predated Tales from the Crypt. No, not Dream On. I mean Dream On was definitely one of the first, but I think First and 10 was HBO's first original series. First and 10. That was their football series. And then Dream On was one of their next ones. And then that was followed by Tales from the Crypt, and then the most recent was Arliss. Not the most recent, the one that came out that was Arliss, which was another sports team show with Robert Wall and Sandra Oh. Member berries. Lots and lots of member berries. I haven't checked the time yet. I'm pretty sure it's later than I think it is. Let me see. It is now 11:48. Yeah, it's kind of late. I'm not getting off yet, but I'm just noticing that. I'll probably get off in a little while, but oh, Garvin's Bizarre Adventures. EVS was in Jeremy's chat earlier. I think EVS is mad at him, Lamau. Um, Jeremy, Wormy, and I had a chat earlier today. We had a little not a conversation, but we communicated, and uh, he saw my video. He says he liked it. I said, if you want to eat it, go right ahead. But I'm telling you, the greater internet has now discovered Comicsgate, and not for the good reasons not for the right reasons. And people are starting to bail. Stay tuned to this space because you're going to see a lot of people bailing on Comicsgate because they know what's coming. They know what's coming. Chris says, "You drew all that tonight?" Yeah, I drew all this tonight. Yeah, this is all. I drew all this today. I'm going over it now with the ink. I drew it by pencil and I'm going over it with the ink. So let me just bring it up a little bit because I don't want to just do a scroll. But There you go, more or less. That's more or less what it looks like. I have to add a little more inks to it, but yeah. I still gotta, emphasize the act, give a little more character to the lines. But yeah, this is me tonight. So, um, no, it's not over. Color form. It's not over. I'm still going. Yeah, it says his first and 10 was their first show, and then Dream On and Tales from the Crypt. Then the Gary Sandler show. Oh yeah, yeah, the Gary Sandler show was. Oh yeah, I remember the Gary Sandler show. He played a different name. Yeah, but it wasn't Gary Sandler show. It was a different name he played. He played. It was him, but he played like a different character. Was it Larry Sanders? His name of the character? The Larry Sanders show. I don't know. I don't recall. Garfield's Bizarre Adventures. Jeremy showed his chat, Jane's FedEx picture, and the urinal clip. EBS probably didn't like that. EBS isn't gonna like what's coming. He's not gonna like what's coming. The greater internet has discovered Comicsgate thanks to Liam Gray's false lagging. They they are not gonna like what's coming. But we try to warn them. We try to warn them. So just sit back and watch the fireworks because you're gonna see a lot of people bailing. It's already started. It has already started. People are bailing. And you're all here are here for it. So um see how many directors and creative powerhouses were involved with Tales from the Crypt, says Chris Stanley. Back then everybody wanted to be on it. Yeah, it was an HBO show. You could get away with a lot doing an HBO TV show. So it attracted a lot of Hollywood directors because of it. Kay says yes. Gary Shelling was Larry Sanders. I couldn't remember the name of the series. Yeah, it was Larry Sanders show. And so that was a show where Gary Shandling played a talk show host. It was like a parody of the late night talk show stuff. Pretty well made. It was a fun movie. I mean, a fun series. Rainbow the Brute is still 6 years late, says Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, and as a matter of fact, there are people who haven't gotten their Wrecked Planet books yet. If you saw my video yesterday, you'll see some of the receipts. They haven't gotten their Wrecked Planet books. It's getting very gray around here. LOL, says Tim Wilson. So many good episodes from Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, there were some good ones. I mentioned, yeah, we were talking about You Murderer with Humphrey Bogart, and then there was what was a good one? There was one with Christopher Reeve and Judd Nelson. That was an interesting one. There was one with Andrew McCarthy and Mariel Hemingway. That was an interesting one. Larry Sanders was a great show. I just brain for the name. Back off, D word. No, I'm calling you out, Kansas. You got the name wrong. I'm calling you out. So there, deal with it. Anyway, Garfield's Bizarre Adventures. I remember supporting Comicsgate back in early 2022. I believed in the cause of supporting independent creators against the mainstream SJWs. It was all a scam. I've been here since 2018, Garfield. I remember when I joined in August of 2018, and I felt the same thing. I felt, this is a good idea to have a movement, an independent comic book movement, pushing back against the SJW extreme leftist propaganda in our comics. And now we have a movement where we can put in some new characters, new stories, a new universe. To me, I thought it was going to harken back to the old independent comic book movements of the 60s and the 80s. Well, that turned out not to be the case. Eggs on all our faces. They killed the golden goose. The comics get killed the golden goose. They had a good thing and they killed it. And now, the Schadenfreude is going to hit them real hard. Real hard. People are bailing. It's begun. It has absolutely begun. So stay tuned for the shit show. It's going to be a shit show. Kaya says Yellow was the World War I episode of Tales from the Crypt. It had Kirk Douglas and Lance Henriksen. I barely remember that one, but yeah, I kind of rewatched that one. That was a pretty. I remember that being an interesting episode. Some person has a link to a guy named Rick Worley. He says the guy has really good critiques of movies. His name is Rick Worley. I'll go check it out. Oh, you know what movie I saw over the weekend? I saw this over the weekend. I saw Project Hail Mary over the weekend, and I was very impressed by it with Ryan Gosling. That was a fun movie. That was an intriguing movie, and I will admit there were times where I was like emotionally invested in it, but that was a good movie. Project Hail Mary. I actually do recommend it. It was a very good, solid movie. Marvel's Bizarre Adventures. I found Eric July. Oh, and before I read that, Greg Goldworm in the chat. How's it going? Hail Alasman. How you doing, Greg Goldworm? Good seeing you there. Garfield says, I found Eric July through FNT and I found Comicscape through Eric July. Even though there was bad blood between EVS and FNT at the time, there was still a huge crossover between their audiences. Yes, and then as you saw what happened, EVS said, nuts to that, nuts to crossing over. It's about me. I want all the pie. And killed the golden goose. Douglas's son was a coward. Douglas told him he'd save him after condemning him to death for cowardice in the war. Yeah, that was a play on the Paths of Glory. That's because Kirk Douglas was in Paths of Glory, which was Stanley Kubrick's World War II movie, and the theme was about some soldiers who were condemned to death because they betrayed their orders. And back then, like if you were a soldier and if you didn't fulfill or you were guilty of any kind of like treasonous act, you were put to death. And the movie was about the morality, the complications regarding something like that. And now that you bring it up, now I'm beginning to remember. Was it yeah, it was Kirk Douglas's real son was in that. Yeah, that was he played the soldier that was he was accusing of being a coward. So yeah. Yeah, it says some trivia. He says that episode Yellow was going to be part of HBO's EC comic spinoff, Two Fisted Tales, but HBO scrapped it and it was just put into Tales from the Crypt. Yeah, that explains why it was totally off because it really wasn't like a horror story. So that makes sense, but it was still a solid episode. Let's see. Chat's going on. Chat's on fire. Appreciate the chat being on fire. Let's see. Uh, yeah, again, Garfield Bizarre Adventure. He's coming up with some bangers. By the way, Garfield, I saw you in Finn's chat today. You were going up against that McHugh guy he was a guy that bullied Ed Piskor, one of the guys that bullied him off the internet. So good job on that. But he says EVS chased away the FNT and Riververse audience who actually buy books. For the Dick and Vito audience who hate comic books, they only supported Superkiller to spite Eric July. Brilliant. EVS is a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. He's not a comic book artist. I mean, he's an artist, but his thing is he's a YouTuber. So it's not about the comics anymore. It's about him having a piece, not a piece. He wants the whole pie in this YouTube space. That's what he wanted. And he wanted to manufacture drama to get the super chats fired up and create his little empire on YouTube. But that has not resulted in comic sales. On the contrary, it resulted in a drop in comic sales. So sound business as I said earlier, bold strategy, Cotton. Bold strategy. But that's what he wanted. He wanted to bring those people into the space because he wanted to spite Eric July So you saw where the money was at. And yeah, it got him some good super chats, but even that super chat money is now drying up. And what's left over are comic books that nobody's buying because they're not getting it. They're not getting the books. So, oh, we got Bancroft in the chat. What's going on, Michael Bancroft? Shout out to you. Good seeing you there. Snuck in there. I saw you. Nice try, though. Nice try. Christian's EBS trying to fulfill his long life dream of becoming Howard Stern. Well, even Howard Stern had a expiration date, especially recently with its stupid takes on the COVID jab. That's a whole other rabbit hole. Let's see here. Okay, just checking the chat. You would think someone as smart as savvy as EBS would figure out how to course correct, but nope, because Christianity. When you have ego, course correction is not in your vocabulary. See, if you want to make money, yeah, ego is necessary, but you gotta know when to curb that ego. And say, you know what, you may have a better idea than me, and I want to make money, so let's use your idea. Well, let's just do what works. But no, that's not. He's a horrible business person. He really is. Unfortunately for EBS, says Garf's Bizarre Adventure, Crashcast audience has also diminished by at least 2/3. That is very true. If you check EBS's social blades, you're going to see numbers dropping drastically. Anyway, EBS sweeping for Arcada really made a lot of people mad, and the rest got bored and left. Bancroft says, Ethan EFAP one of my videos and said no one cares about art and comics, so I shouldn't do video streams on them. You know what's funny, Bancroft? Here's the thing, and I know I mean, people watch your stream, so that's bullshit on EBS's part. But I'm drawing Road Warrior Drake, right? I'm drawing this guy, and I have 20 people watching. 20 people are watching me draw this. There was a time in this space where you would look at have 2 people watching you do a draw stream. I have 20. That's a small number to some people, but for this kind of content, that's quite a bit of numbers. So people want to see a draw stream. They just want the person drawing to kind of entertain them while they're drawing it. Engagement. So there is an audience for this. There absolutely is. And the fact that people are watching me draw, of all people, it's me they're watching, is proof that there's an audience for people wanting to see draw stream of art. Yeah, yeah. That is true. What is it? So that some person, yeah, some person. That is true. Bullshit is his thing. That is very true. Um, Chris says his day will come. I think his day will come in October. I just have a feeling. Just saying. Anyway, Tech Zombie says, "You're not drawing, that's an AI." That is not AI. Every single piece of this is my art. Even the mistakes is mine. I own the mistakes. Even the misproportions, the misanatomy, it's all me. I did it, not the AI. It was Tech Zombie. Sorry. Your newest video about lean was on point as Great Gold Worm. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Bancroft says, even with a comparatively tiny audience, books still get funded on my shows. That's because you have a comic book audience, Michael. That's the thing. You have cultivated. See, Bancroft is the opposite of what Ethan and the rest of them are doing. Bancroft has cultivated a comic book audience that are interested in the art, in the story, in the comic book medium. So you'll have a sizable amount of people in Bancroft's chat that will buy your books. Conversely, you go to some other channels that let's say for example, all they do is EFAP Liam Ray. The people that are there are watching the EFAP of Liam. They're not really there to buy a comic book. So you'll get a tiny, if anything, a tiny percentage of people that will buy your book in those chats because they're there for the drama. They're not there for comic books. They don't give a shit about comic books. The numbers prove that. Mathematics says true, and I think the key to draw streams is actually engaging with the chat. When people only draw and ignore the chat, people watch for 2 seconds and dip. Streaming kind of requires interaction. Not many people can do this, Mazepana. Believe it or not, like not many people can fire up a stream and draw and really entertain the chat. For what it's worth, and I'm being objective. For what it's worth, when he has a draw stream, he'll get like maybe 200 people watching, but that's still a pretty good number for a draw stream. And he does the thing. You draw and he engages with the chat. For what it's worth, he does show that's a good number for a draw stream. The Bancroft bump is the real deal, says Greg Goldworm. I've seen it, yeah. I've seen it. Henry Bemis crushed it. Uh, oh, never mind. Okay. Private conversation in my chat. How dare you people? Anyway. Ethan tries to get credit for giving Rini a break. It was Bancroft that gave her that break. Here's the thing, some person. Rini was already established in Marvel Comics before she joined Comicsgate. She was contemporaries with Heather Antos and quite a few of them. And then when she joined CG, they kind of gave her the cold shoulder because of that. But she had already had an audience. She had already had a feel. She already had people that were fans of hers. Um, and of course, yoking up with someone like Bancroft only helps you. I don't think Ethan had much to do with that. I mean, don't get me wrong. He did help in some ways. He did bring backers to books, but she was already a name before that, and she's doing pretty good now. So Ethan not promoting her really didn't even hurt her. You know, Garvin's Bizarre Adventures says that's half the reason for streaming: the interaction. Unless you're watching a video game speedrunner or pro player. All my years on YouTube, I never got into like those streams where people playing video games. I can't. I just never got into that. Like back in the early 2000, in the 2010s, like 2011, when um I created this YouTube channel, my contemporaries were doing video game streaming, and I was doing the whole sub for sub thing at the time because I was trying to build my channel. So I was doing sub for subs, which by the way, it it did not help my channel. I gained the numbers sub wise, but the view counts were not there. So I abandoned the sub for sub thing. But a lot of people that were doing sub for sub for me were doing video game plays, and I'm like, that's kind of boring. Like, I'm watching you play a video game. Like, that's not fun. How was this even allowed? Like, how was this a thing on YouTube? But it was. And I get people like it today. Like people, there's a demographic for it, but I still can't get it with it. I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, I don't. How is this a thing? But I'm not a gamer, so that's the thing. Like, I don't understand it because I'm not a gamer. But it's a culture. It is part of a culture. People like it, and people will watch you play, do the gameplay, depending on, I guess, if you're entertaining enough to keep the chat engaged. So yeah, that's the thing. Um, it's pretty cool to see Rini do some stuff with Eric says Garfield Bizarre Adventure. Hopefully she does more covers. Oh, I'm sure she will. I'm absolutely sure she will. I mean, if there's money to be made there, why wouldn't she? See, Rini's a business person. She gets it. She gets it. Let's see. Okay. Lunch Comics says, why watch people game when you can game with the game stream on in the background? Um, well, again, people like it. People get into it. You know, it's a thing. I'm not a gamer, so I can't explain it. No, we're just talking about like chat engagement, and there was a conversation about like earlier in the early days of YouTube when I created my channel, I was doing the sub for sub thing, and the people that were doing the sub for sub thing were people that were doing like gameplays, and I couldn't understand why that was a thing. So let's see here. Great Gold Worm says new Alpha Core and Horseman team up book is next with Rippaverse. So I didn't even know that Horseman had 3 issues because they came out with the definitive Horseman collection. I said if they did that I was gonna buy it. I haven't bought it yet, but because I wanted to buy, I have other books I wanted to set. I said I was gonna buy. I was gonna buy Emerald Man, and I was gonna buy Melvin because Tim Olson has Melvin issues 0 to 4 already done, and he's got a volume of that. So I gotta get that. I gotta get Horseman. So yeah, there's some things I do want to buy that I gotta buy within our space. Horseman is from everybody who's read it and what's been said out there. Horseman is probably from what have been people have been saying the best Rippaverse book or set of books out there. I bought the Yaira Definitive Collection, so I want to get the Horseman Definitive Collection. You know what sucks is they already have like 3 issues of Horseman. They have 3 issues of Yaira and a fourth one, and a fourth and a fifth one being produced right now. They already talked about Horseman and what's the crossover? Horseman and who? Horseman and Alpha Core. They're doing a crossover, right? We still haven't gotten the third Cyberfrog book. And it's been 8 years since Cyberfrog was introduced to us in Comicsgate. And all they have to show for it is 2 books. And I don't want to hear about the reprints of the warts and all. That's not the same. That's a different time, different story, different set of stories, not in canon. This is not the main story you're telling. And I'll get Cyberfrog Red Extermination because I do want to complete whatever story he's telling. I do want to get the complete set and then do a full review of those 4 books. If the fourth book is indeed the last book in the saga, but I don't even know if he's going to get to that because he hasn't even completed Cyberpunk Red Planet yet. Like Red Planet is not even completed yet. It's not completed yet, and that'll be some shit if it never gets completed. I told Ethan I'll buy Red Extermination when it's complete. Once it's complete on eBay, I'll buy it. But I don't even know if that's ever going to come out. Like, he's not even done with Rainbow the Brute yet. Rainbow the Brute's not done yet. Marvel's Bizarre Adventures. Horseman is still my favorite series. Dirty Deeds is my favorite book in Riververse so far. It's absolutely fantastic. Check it out. Yeah, I do want to check it out. I want to get the Horseman set. Actually, did I show you this? Let me show you my Yaira definitive collection. This is my Yaira collection right here. See, beautiful hardcover. I read issues 1 and 2. I had issue 2 on P. I bought the first issue, and the second issue I was given as a PDFs because I did a review of it on Low Red's channel. So I said I want to get the definitive collection so I can have the 3 issues uh, in physical format. And I said I would get Horseman if that happens, and Horseman's out, so I got to get Horseman for sure. Great Goldworm says Alpha Core is great too. Imagine Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, or the police for the other supers. Cool concept. I read Alpha Core 1 for Well Red's channel, so I read Alpha Core 1, and Yara number 1 is actually Alpha Core 2. Like if you were following along with what was happening in Alpha Core 1, that gets continued in Yara number 1, especially with Solari and his relationship or his mentorship with Stefania. I was like, that's pretty cool. It's like they continued his story in Yara, and you get to see that there's definitely a relationship of some kind um Solari and Yaira. So that's interesting there. Bancroft says Horseman is decent enough, but I'm not into superhero stuff anymore. I like to see him do more cerebral stories. I think there's room for that. Like it doesn't gotta be superhero shit. Like my books are not really superhero stuff. Like World War Drake's not a superhero. He's just a character. Well, he's a warrior in a world of that is like I don't want to say apocalyptic, but there is an apocalyptic theme in the Road Warrior Drake books, especially with the third book, the Battle King Road Warrior Drake. Where this is gonna go is gonna be bonkers. This is gonna be bonkers where it's gonna go. The things I have planned for this story, I'm absolutely utilizing the indie comic freedom to tell this story. And like with the other Road Warrior Drake books, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end, not a partial story. And people that read my books, they like it because I tell a good, fun story. It's absurd, and they like it. I like Sword and Sorcery comics the best as Greg Goldworm. Um, in a way, the third World Warrior Drake book is kind of be like that. I'm gonna be channeling Conan and adding comedy to it with Battle King Road Warrior Drake. So yeah, but it'll be a lot of that. That's why I'm having Drake with the axe, that axe, because there's gonna be a lot more of I guess not even just Conan, but like old school mini comic Masters of the Universe. See, we're going back to Masters of the Universe. See how it ties in together. But it's gonna be a lot of that. And I'm gonna have a lot of cool characters, and it's gonna go somewhere, and it's gonna be fun. Let me blow my nose. I'm just gonna be unprofessional, but I gotta do it. Oh, okay. There we go. That was bothering me for about an hour. But it's okay, right? So my nostrils are clear. Ken says this a lot, Matt. Yesterday, Shane said he noticed that no one really talks about their comics or the plots in any of the big CG chats. It only took him 6 years to notice. You know what's funny? It took me 2 years to notice that. Actually, 3 years. Because in 2021, I put out a video about the state of CG, and I noticed that nobody's talking about the characters. No one's talking about Cyberfrog in the stories. No one's talking about the graveyard shift stuff. No one's talking about any of these because it's all about the drama. It's all about what these people are doing on stream and who they're fighting with and who the big baddie of the week is. That's how you know this movement failed because they're not talking about the comics. They're not talking about. Uh, you, okay, so I'm in the Riververse Discord and I observe something, and what I observe in the Riververse Discord is they're talking about the characters. They're talking about the books and the stories, and they're having these conversations about. Excuse me. Yeah. They're just talking about the stories and the characters, and I'm like, this is what Comicsgate should have been. It should have been these conversations about Cyberfrog and Earthworm Jim and the Lone Star and some of these crossovers and the universes that are being built. No, instead it's who did EVS fuck over this time? Who is John Malin pissing about this time? Who is Shane Davis screeching about this time? That's what it's become. Well, it's been that way for years. So yeah, as a comic book movement, it absolutely 100% failed. Greg Goldworm says, I read those mini He-Man comics when I was a kid. They came with the original toys. Oh, I have. So Dark Horse, and if you can find this, I recommend getting it. The Dark Horse came out with a hardcover collection of all the mini comics. I have it right here. This is virtually every single mini comic that came with the toys in this book. It's called the Mini Comic Collection by Dark Horse Comics. I got this in 2016, no, 2017. My wife Stephanie got this for me as a Father's Day gift. Because I was in Barnes and Noble one day and I walked in and I saw this and I was like, I'd like to get it, but I don't got the money for it. So we went into the car, and she went back. She said she had to go get something, so she went back into the bookstore and came back with a bag and gave this to me, and I was like, oh wow, she got me this. It's one of the few things that she got me that was like, wow, she listened, she understands me. So, um, if you find this, I recommend getting it. The He-Man mini collection by Dark Horse Comics. Um, it is absolutely a worthy buy. Fully recommend it. Marvel's Bizarre Regis. Hot Awful was able to name Riververse characters like Goody Ying and Yaira because Comics Guy keeps talking about Riververse. LMAO. He mentioned at the EVS. He says thanks to Comicsgate, he knows who these Riververse characters are, but he don't know who these Comicsgate characters are. And that's a failure on Ethan Van Sciver and the rest of CG. It's a failure on Shane Davis. It's a failure on John Malin. It's a failure on all of them. That they're talking about them, but not the characters they created or the stories they wrote. And by the way, they're all terrible writers. By the way, I can run laps around Ethan in the writing department. He can say he can run laps about me about my art, but as a writer, I can school him on writing because his writing is not good. Um, Greg Goldworm says no Prince Adam. That was a cartoon invention. Yeah, so the first four mini comics, there is no Prince Adam. It's its own little continuity, and then by the fifth mini comic, you can see the filmation influence in terms of like the Prince Adam connection because it had a whole new continuity after that. But I tell people I could do if I could do a movie on the first four mini comics alone, and you would have a very solid, fantastical He-Man story. Okay, it says a Statistical Zero's channel is mostly shorts, but 90% of his content is about his character and the comic strips he does. People who watch pretty much only talk about the strip and his work. Yeah, that's kind of where I want to be at some point with Road Warrior Drake. I'm not there yet because even though I made a few $1,000s on each book, but it's still not a big enough audience that talk about it. But that's going to take a lot of work on my part, a lot of marketing and a lot of exposure, and it's going to take time, but I'm going to get it done. So yeah. Okay, it says really hates the Prince Adam thing. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, um I'm not a fan of it, but it was it's been a part of the lore. But a good He-Man movie doesn't have to have Prince Adam. But they're going with that, so it is what it is. But yeah, I wish they could leave Prince Adam to the Filmation and 2003 cartoon, and just leave He-Man as his own separate character, his own contained character. Marvel's Bizarre Adventure says, I remember when Liam said he loved Graveyard Shift and how it's one of the best books in Comicsgate. Liam couldn't name a single character when pressed by John's Longbox. I backed Graveyard Shift Volume 1. Volume 1. Good night. Let's call it what it is, Issue 1. I backed Issue 1 of Graveyard Shift, and I was majorly disappointed with it. I'm like, this is not a graphic novel. This is a glorified floppy. Because it didn't tell a complete story. And I was soured from ever backing any of the other books because I just felt like it was lacking. But I know Mark Portman's a good writer. I know he worked with Malin. I think it's more Malin than anything. But Mark Portman's does some good work otherwise. Hill the chat says woman to core. Yes, I called you woman to core. I'm not calling you by your made up name, whatever that name is you put yourself Van Core. You're a woman to core. That's what I call you. No, I didn't miss you, woman to core. I totally didn't miss you. That's a lie. Slanderer. Oh, we got Fiona Wolf in the chat. She says, I got the Kindle versions of He-Man mini comic omnibus collections on sale for $4.99 at the moment. Now that Fiona, I don't know if you know this, but Colin came out with Emerald Man Volume 1. I think it's on Amazon. It's got the first 14 or 15 issues, or how many issues he did compiled. So you should. I'm gonna get that. I'm also gonna get Tim Lawson's Melvin collection, and I had to get Horseman, the Horseman collection. But yeah, the He-Man mini comic collection definitely. I recommend that. I absolutely recommend that. But it's good seeing you, Fiona. I'm glad you're in the chat. Great Goldworm says they did to He-Man what they did to Ninja Turtles. They made it Saturday morning and gay. Yeah, once Ninja Turtles became that once that cartoon dropped in 1984, and then it became the series in '87. That was pretty much it for the darker versions of Ninja Turtles. You weren't going to get it any more darker than the live action 1990 movie, which is still one of the best comic book films of all time. And yes, I did buy the DVD collection of that was released by Arrow Video. I do have that. So let me just show it because I'm showing all the merch right now. But this is the DVD box set of the Ninja Turtles that was put up by Arrow. Even though I only bought it for the first movie, but you had to buy that. You had to buy the three other two movies to get this collection. But I'm glad I have it. Let's see. I'm not reading your comments, woman decor. I'm not reading it, woman decor. I don't care what you're trying to say. You're a slanderer. you know what, woman, you know what, you know what to do to you, man decor? I'm gonna find whatever terms of service you violated, and I'm gonna have you struck from YouTube. I'm doing the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna strike woman decor, guys. I'm striking him now. Get struck. By tonight, his YouTube channel is gone. You're done, woman decor. You're done. Striking your channel, right? I'm striking you. You're done. Anyway, Michael Bancroft says the weird thing is the indie comics people are making now are way better than they were before, but fewer people want to talk about them. Comics are, and you know this, comics are a small market. It's a very niche market. You got to be someone like Dexerto, who's built his YouTube channel over the years, and then you can make bank on a comic book, and people buy your shit because they're a fan of you. But yeah, on YouTube, you got to do you got to have to do that hustle, and it doesn't always pay off, unfortunately. But I do know like some like was it Thinking Critical? Wes's Thinking Critical channel. Like he's doing pretty good. His channel, his videos get thousands of views. He does a lot of comic talk. So there's that at least. You know, he's doing some good stuff. And I've seen some like individual videos, like one about Bone, Jessica's Bone, that got thousands of views, and it was like a video about how Bone was created and the history of Bone and its influence in the market. I'm like, yeah, there are videos that you can do in comics that make views and it'll get people inspired, but because it's such a niche market, yeah, I guess you gotta have to like be creative and how to get people to like invest into your shit, you know? So let's see, let me check up on the chat here. Fiona Wolf says, yes, I have the Kindle version so far for Emerald Man, waiting for my better payday for the physical copy. Yeah, I hear you. I said I was gonna buy it last paycheck, but I had some bills to take care of. I'm gonna try and buy it this week. I'm gonna try. So Chris Stanley says the thing is CG always had shit talking and shit talking streams, but they weren't on the big main channels. Once they brought the Bloodsports to the big channels, it was the beginning of the end. If you ever seen like a Comic Skate Live stream back in 2018, it really was a group of guys just drawing their books, talking about their books, and there's status of their books. Like back then, you had like Antonio Bryce, Doug Tenaple, Mike S. Miller, along with Ethan, and they were just drawing their books, talking about their characters, you know, and in addition to talking about like the mainstream, how the mainstream was putting out shit after shit, but there was a genuine passion for what they were drawing and creating. And then in 2019, when the split happened between not Doug Ernst, well, yeah, Doug Ernst and Tim Lin, when that was one split, but then when the split happened with Ethan and Doug Tenaple, that's when the Bloodsports really became a thing, and that was like, as you said, Chris, the beginning of the slow end for Comicscape. Bancroft says Mail and Dart was the best fit for Graveyard Shift. Jose's didn't fit at all, and Aaron just isn't the right style, in my opinion. Yeah, honestly, I'm not a big fan of Malin's art at all, but it did fit the style of what Graveyard Shift was supposed to be about. So yeah, that is true. That is true. Um, Marvel's Bizarre Adventure. Unfortunately, a lot of people trust the Comicsgate with their money, and a bunch of creators were either really late or didn't even deliver their books. Rob Hunter didn't deliver the books at all and ran. Rob Hunter and Andrew Huerta was another one. he took the money and ran. Cal Jameson was another one, and then James Dean was another one. Sovereign Manicore says the art in Gothic was pretty good. The storytelling was lacking. I thought the art in Gothic was better than what do you call it? Graveyard Shift. One thing I'll say about the art in Gothic was it was pretty epic, but his writing was shit. And that book proves good art doesn't save a written book. It doesn't. That's a good example of what I've always said, that good art does not save a bad written book. Good writing can save mediocre art, but not the other way around. Let's see, scroll down more. Okay, let's see here. The chat's on fire. Wow. Okay. Shout out to the chat. You guys are on fire. Great Go Worm says, good. Let comics become niche again. It keeps the cosplay fakers out of the hobby. Hopefully, it'll keep all the ethos out of the hobby. I'm tired of ethos in this hobby. I really am. All of them. Get them out. That's what I say. Anyway, Marvel's Bizarre Adventure says, just read the comment section of these Indiegogo platforms. A lot of people are saying they feel ripped off and are done with crowdfunding. Backers are leaving CG. Uh, go to they're done. Even like with Brick Planet, the book that Ethan said he fulfilled, there are still people that didn't get their books. Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but a lot of people that back comics are just not backing them anymore, and a lot of faithful creators are paying the price for that. Wait, what, is that Jabba in the chat? Jabba, stop howling, Jabba! Stop howling! Stop it, Jabba! Stop it! No LOLing. Why is Jolly LOLing ha in the chat? You guys in the chat are letting him do this shit. Letting him do this shit. I need you guys to hold Java accountable right now. Hold Java accountable right now. Get on it. We're a unified community. Get him on. I mean, get him out. He's got age or something. I don't know.
Well, if you didn't say the other one.
Stop. Chat, stop engaging with Java. Now, I blame Java for everything. Get him out of here. Oh no, it's Ozzuker. Ozzuker's in the chat. Damn it. He says, I learned more in 3 videos about the book Dead Gods by Matt Rhodes than years of watching CG. He just makes videos about his story and characters, no drama. You can do it. Yeah, absolutely. Or then you had to put the word quack in it, right, Ozzuker? Right? Read the chat. Give you lots of, what do you call it? Lots of respect. And see, you need to hit the camera. Damn it, Ozzuker. Damn it. I'm so tired of this. Wait.
Oh, here's the 31 likes.
Jabba says, is Aladdin working with Liam to strike Katie did? I work with myself, Savage. I work with myself. I don't need anyone's help to strike anybody. I'll do it to you. I'll strike you. Let me find whatever term of service you violated, Jabba, and I'm striking you. You're done. Right, tonight, your YouTube channel's gone. Guys, I'm striking Jabba tonight. His channel's done. So give him your last respects right now. He's gonna need it because I am striking him off YouTube. He's done. He's done. He's fucked with me for the last time. He's done. Great Go Worm says those 6 back pages in Godlike were epic. They absolutely were. Epically bad. Epically awful. Yes. Poor editorial decision. Yeah. No more piss poor in CG, says Chris Neely. Oh, can't believe that. That's how low the bar is. We had to be thankful that stopped, even though, like, anyway. My threats to you, Manicore, were not empty. They were full promises. You and Java are losing your channels tonight. I'm telling YouTube and say, hey, I want Java and Manicore done. I want you to de-win them right now. And they're going to do it because I'm an influencer. And I have influence and inspiration. So they'll do it. Hargrave says, Java, you have 24 hours to apologize. Yes. Actually, Java has 1 hour. I'm striking him tonight. He's done. I'm striking him now. I left a review on the American Fork Police Department, says Jabbage. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. You're done. Striking you. Really bad. You're getting struck for sure. Hold on. Chat's on fire. Hold on. I'm trying to catch up here. Let's see here. Yeah, Hargrave is threatening Java. He says he's got 24 hours, or Hargrave's striking you and canceling your one-page book. No, Hargrave, don't wait. Cancel his one-page book now. That's a scam. Cancel him now. Some kind of people love this book. They call it the best thing ever. I want him canceled tonight. I'm calling YouTube after the stream, and I'm canceling Java. He's done. He's done. That's right, Java. DUN. Done. DUN. You're done. Anyway, Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, and with this new CG schism underway, it's going to be a schism for sure. That's more people not supporting CG. Must be why JDA and a small audience were welcomed back into CG. That's going to divide even more people. Yes, it really is, yes. That's right, Hargrave. Jabba has to apologize. Wait, he has to apologize to me. He does. I'm going to get his channel struck tonight. DUN, Jabba. DUN. You're done. I blame Jabba for the quaff too, Ozaker. I really do. He created the quaff. And he brought that degeneracy into our space. That's all Jabba's fault. I blame him. KSS says, yeah, I don't get the claim that Eric July hurt crowdfunding. Maybe you like his books, maybe you don't, but he didn't hurt crowdfunding. The crowdfunders who haven't fulfilled in several years did it. 100%. Yes, 100%. You're not Ben done, Jabba. You're Dune done. You're Dune done. You're DUNE done. That's how done you are. You're David Lynch done. That's you. Manticore says, you strike us, last man. Get some heat off Liam for his mental. No, I'm not striking you. Don't tell me what to do, Ozaker. I mean, Ozaker, Manticore. Don't tell me what to do, Manticore. Now I'm not striking you. Now I'm going to let you stay on YouTube for a lot longer so you can think about your ways and suffer with whatever bullshit you thought you could get away with telling me what to do. I'm not going to be controlled by you people. I'm going to be controlled by your people. Not. KSS, stop LOing, KSS. See, KSS is LOing. Stop it, KSS. Stop it. Jabba says, look at them all coming after me. Good, I'm glad. Let the weight of your crimes hurt you. See, I'm having to deflect from you people, and I haven't finished drawing. Well, I kind of no, I mean, I want to add more details. Let me do how to do this. I'm gonna add some more detail. Maybe some like I'm gonna add some like stippling on the bricks. Even like on the shadowing, so that it's not like straight or even. I like drawing bricks. Like I to me like one of the things I loved about Will Eisner's art is that his backgrounds have character. I know someone mentioned that there was another artist that did some of the backgrounds for some of Will Eisner's books, but the ones that he did the backgrounds for, those exteriors have character. And I remember in college I would study some of Will Eisner's stuff, and I'm like, I wanted to do the way he does his bricks in the buildings. It's its own thing. I mean, he doesn't do a lot of straight lines. He just does it freehand, and it just looks nice. It looks really good. It's its own character, and it's like, you know what? Backgrounds can be fun to draw. Backgrounds can be fun to draw. They don't have to be what is it? Static. So that's my thing. You should bring Lady Shadman on stream. Her conversation sounds more interesting. You know what, Woman to Core? I can't wait to call YouTube tonight, Woman to Core, and have you banned off YouTube completely. You're not gonna take your propaganda and organize hate campaign, Jabba. It's over. Yeah, Jabba's done. He's done. I'm striking him. He is done. He's done. Fiona Wolf says, no wonder the Kindle version of comics aren't a bigger deal at the moment. It's Amazon Prime Day sales. Yes. Garfield's Adventure, Bizarre Adventure says, at what point did EVS label you a CG detractor? I know you two met in person and were on friendly terms before. So this happened in October of 2024 when I was doing my CG documentaries in parts before I did the full version in 2025. When he EFAP the second part, when he EFAP part two of it, and I didn't see the EFAP. This is what people DM me and said to me after he EFAP that video. His exact words were to me were, "Go fuck yourself, Elasmat." And that's when I knew that he and I were pretty much done. But EVS was one of those. I was one of the few that EVS subbed to on YouTube, and he commented on some of my videos. So he knew who I was, and he knew that I was a CG fan for a long time. So I guess it really hurt him when I just turned my back on Confiscate and exposed it for what it was, and it really did mess with his head for a long time after that. It still does. I become his Voldemort. Anyway, Oscar says, "Why do you hate KSSS? KSSS didn't get a close up in his latest video. Are you jealous that KSSS is more beloved than you? Duck, duck, quack, quack. KSS should know beforehand what I'm doing. So he missed out on his close up because he didn't know what I was doing. Well, hey, okay, KSS, here, well, actually, I gotta. He has to do it by email too. So if you're watching Kissers, I want your thoughts on how Comicsgate reacted to my Dungeoneers documentary. You've seen the EFAP. You've seen Shane Davis spurg out. You've seen Ethan with his broken voice spurg out. You've seen them all spurg out. You've seen the the Kelly Shannon appearance. I want an email from you asking about that. And there's your close up. Let's see here. But thank you for the super chat, Ozaker. I appreciate that. Now goodbye, cup of coffee. Garvin's Bizarre Adventures, I still find it surreal when I see EVS mention me by name and see about me. I'm just a nameless account on YouTube. It's because you're a troublemaker, Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. I see what you're doing. We see what you're doing out there. You're a troublemaker. I get it. Great Goldworm says, Eliza's going to call us YouTube rep. That's right. I'm calling YouTube rep. Absolutely, Great Goldworm. I have a YouTube rep. I'm influential. I'm big in this space. I'm very influential. So you all need to fear what I can do because I will get it done. No, Cass, I'm not a jealous jerk. I'm not jealous. You didn't email me your close up. Now I'm giving you your assignment. Excuse me. I gotta have a drink. Hold on. I feel much better now. Okay. Cass says, Elias, I called my YouTube rep and he said you're a jerk for not giving me a close up in your latest video. I gave you your assignment. I gave you the assignment. Stop slandering me. Stop it. No, the koala is not my spirit animal. Me the core. I don't have spirit animals. What are you talking about?
Leave Manti alone.
He's bothering me. He's insulting me.
Here.
Violent Comics says, Eliza, you're killing Dale Keown. I'm not killing Dale Keown. His master is killing him. You know, the one that speaks for him on his behalf because Dale's too cucked out to speak on his own behalf. That's who's killing him. In Minecraft. Obviously, I don't mean it for real, but still, like, in the context of this exchange, that's who it is. Java says, DG took down his channel. Yeah, I saw. I'm telling you, the CG exodus is happening right now. People are starting to bounce with recent events. It's happening. Let's see. KSS Elasma, you told me in private that you were doing a D-word documentary on interpretive dance. You jerk. Interpretive? What are you talking about, KSS? Why are you lying about me? Stop lying about me. I do documentaries on worthy things, like striking channels. That's what I do. Everything else you say is a lie. And I'm not going to be slandered by you or anybody. That's just not going to happen. Manticore, stop feeding us that staple story. That never happened. That never happened. Stop it. Stop it. Marvel's Bizarre Adventures. I'm banned by a lot of people in CG. They don't like me. I guess they hate money. Well, you know what it is? They hate money. They hate money. And they don't like the fact that you're out there causing trouble on the bigger channels. Even though trouble is about to search for them. Stay tuned and watch from the sidelines. It's gonna get real crazy.
Some parts of the original like Bouncing movie I thought like, if it was the canon Stevens movie, I would have been like, oh my god, this peak episode so not like nothing.
A lot of comments. A lot of it. Did you hear that Nerdrotics channel got flagged for showing a gun, just like LRJ's channel? Um, yeah, that pesky YouTube algorithm. That's that AI that did that. That AI got them. So it's the AI is it's going to be the death of a lot of platforms. YouTube being one of them, because they can say all they want about like get rid of the smaller channels just to keep the bigger ones, but if as long as they don't kill the human spirit, people are going to gravitate to where there's human production, human inspired stories. You can't kill that. So yeah, let's see here. Garber's Bizarre Adventures. Unfortunately, Comicsgate is no longer a movement. I remember when Matt Barr was having his back and forth with EBS, he still considered himself Comicsgate, and then EBS aimed his audience at Matt. You know what's funny? Garber's Bizarre Adventure. Back in 2020, I had already come to the conclusion that EBS's audience wasn't even Comicsgate, in the fact that they were supporting CG creators. They were there only to support Ethan. So like they weren't going to other channels that were Comicsgate and supporting them. They were only supporting Ethan. And that's how I knew. Yeah, CG is only as big as Ethan's channel. In 2021, I did a video um, on that. It was the first time I sounded the alarm on something like that. That if Ethan's channel stops supporting CG, then CG dies. So, so yeah. So, um, babe, they can hear you. Yeah. All right. So anyway, yeah, I had already known. I'd already known that Thomas Gate was gonna live or die with Ethan Van Sciver. No one's channels would sustain it. So yeah, it's not a comic book movement, says Chris Stanley. It's a cult. Yeah, it is absolutely a cult. Absolutely, it's a weird little comic book cult that's gonna live and die on the internet, and it's suffering a really bad death right now. It's gonna get even weirder. So you're gonna see what's gonna happen. So yeah. Darwin's Bizarre Adventures. Does EVA still consider Dino King to be one of the best books ever made in comics game? I think he still said it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong, but he did say that. He's still saying it. He's explaining why he brought Liam into CG, and he still goes on about Dino King being one of the best books he's read. So, for what it's worth, Yannick says, "Why did you shush her? She was being very interesting because I don't want doctor conversation. That's why I don't want doctor conversation. Let him have a private conversation. Manicore, you aim your slander at me. Aim it at me. Let's see what you're doing. Aim it at me. What? Aim it at me." Michael Bancroft said Ethan's review of Xenotype remains one of his most brutal reviews of anything to this day. Yeah, I remember that review. Yeah, I was gonna back Xenotype, but when I heard the review, I was like, yeah, I think I should wait. But Kaz says, say what you will. After the past week, the name associated with CG is actually Liam Gray. Yes, Kaz says that is true. That is why the spotlight on CG now from the greater internet is not going to be good. Case in point, Dermy Wormy. And I told you guys that Dermy Wormy and I have kind of like communicated with each other. And even Alyssa Clips I don't know if you guys saw, Illicit Clips was posting on X. Illicit Clips rarely posts. She only posts like links to her videos, but she never really comments on anything. Well, she started to post now, and she was saying how this entire comic book space is embarrassing. And I told her, I said to her, you know what? I wish more comic creators would heed your words, because then they'd be making money. Illicit Clips is now saying this is embarrassing. Jeremy Wormy saying is Kino Casino is going to talk about e-fapping Liam. I'm trying to get them to like look at the video I did and how it goes back to EBS. Because this is all about EBS. This goes back to how CG has encouraged false flagging their critics. And if you saw my video, you saw the receipts on that. That's true. Garvin's Bizarre Adventure. EBS demands super chats for people so you can roast the Rippaverse books. But that's all you do is you talk about Rippaverse books. You don't talk about the Comicsgate stuff. No one knows pretty much any of the Comicsgate stuff. They don't. Looking back, I think it was a bad move to spite Preston Poulter. A lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Preston got his books out. They say much about Preston Poulter, but he got those White Lily books out, and he was cultivating his own fan base with those books. Can't say that about Ethan. Unhinged Entertainment. See you at Heroes, Lazzy. Yeah, I'll be at Heroes. I'm walking on the floor. So I'll be looking out for you guys. So if you have a table at Heroes, I'll be looking out for you. We'll hang out. We'll chat for a bit. Looking forward to saying hi and what have you. Marvel's Bizarre Adventure says Alyssa Clips is right. Yeah, I told her. I was like, you know what? I wish more creators would heed what you were saying because the greater internet is now going to rain down upon CG. It's coming. Bearing's video had 37K views. That isn't necessarily a lot in the grand scheme of things, but more views than any king has. 37,000 views for any Comics Gate related video is big. I think Mikey Lamore's CG documentary has had over 50K views last time I checked. Fiona Wolf says mostly just listening in. Work was beyond insane today. Hopefully, the stream is giving you some catharticism. That's a big word. It's giving you some cathartic relief, Fiona. So, shout out to you for joining us in the chat. That's pretty cool to see you there. Uh, Does anyone say quack to your face at cons a last back? No, they don't. They better not. I swear to Allah, they do. I'm gonna call their YouTube representative and have them struck off YouTube. I promise you that will happen. I am not gonna be embarrassed. You're not gonna try to do that to me. I'm a comic creator. Okay, I have influence. I matter. I'm important in this space, so you better treat me like I'm important. Because I am not gonna be denigrated. I'm not gonna be insulted and slandering people that walk into my face and saying those things to me. I will not allow it. That happens. I'm on the phone with a YouTube representative, and I'm getting struck off YouTube. I'll do it. I'm not bluffing. I'll absolutely freaking do it. You watch. It's gonna happen. Try to test me. I'm playing with the core. I'll get YouTube on you guys. Watch me. Just watch. I haven't seen how many views the video that I did yesterday has gotten. Last time I checked, it was over 700 views. I'm gonna do a quick check on it, see how much it is. But let's see. Let me check for a second. Where are we at on the views of of my video? Oh, I gotta go to YouTube Studio. Here we go. YouTube Studio. So it's at 759 views right now. And some more interesting comments. Oh, and some more subscribers. Interesting. So let me just check here. So I'm just checking messages. So catching up on stuff. Yes, Jeremy Wormy streamed tonight. Yes, that happened. And Ethan was in the chat. Yeah. Wow, there's a lot of chaos happening tonight. I'm just going over the messages. Holy shit! Like this is beyond comic books now. There is no hope for this thing called Comicsgate. It is all drama, calling the cops, and all this stuff. It is just bizarre. Holy crap! It's just like wow. Oh man, insane. This is insane. I'm loving it though. Okay, just wanted to check up on some notifications. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Fiona Wolf messaged me. Oh no, she posted on X. She got the Kindle versions of the mini comics. Hopefully you enjoy them. I think you'll enjoy them. They're fun. They are a fun read. Absolutely a fun read. Anyway, going back to the chat here. Oscar says, "Don't be mean to Lazmat. We don't want any. We don't want." Okay, I'm just reading how he typed this. I don't get. So I'm not reading it like I'm slow. I'm reading exactly how Oscar typed it. Don't be mean to Lazmat. We don't want any down by the pond streams. Oh, so witty. People getting the Australian embassy and CPS involved is insane, says Garfield Bizarre Manager. Dude, I listened to Dark Gift stream today, and he said Riley reached out to Liam Gray's mother and messaged her. This is how insane this shit has gotten. This is how insane it has gotten. The best thing Eric July ever did was not engage with these fucking people. Best thing he ever did. Even if they try to engage with him, and fallout is inevitable. Uh, he didn't egg them on. He didn't fight back with them, and that's the best thing he ever did. And Doug Ernst right now, he's doing his thing, and he's not engaging with these fucking people. And him and Tim Miller are doing pretty good. They're doing pretty solid. People are buying their Common America book, not Common America, Common America. They're buying their Common America books, and there's a whole fan base they cultivated with those books. Yeah, it says not only am I Lasman's good friend and a star, I'm also his agent. Waiting for your close up. Eric July during all these people starved them of content and they eventually turned on each other. As we knew it would happen. As we knew it would happen. Eric July won by doing nothing. Yeah. He just put out comic books and cultivated a comic book audience. Something CG could not do. On a comment, because Riley has threatened to send people to Liam Gray's house and attack him if he struck Katie's channel, which he later did. Well, we'll see. We'll see if he follows through on that threat. I don't think these people understand that someone like Riley, who's unhinged, even though he's a pussy, but unhinged and who don't who don't understand optics, that's what's killing your comic book sales. That's what's killing your comic book sales. Kaz says, seriously, Riley reached out to Liam's mom. That's what Dark Gift said on the stream. He says that Riley messaged Liam Gray's mother. And he kind of put him on blast. He put One Gun on blast. He put Mike Wheeler on blast. He put a lot of people on blast. And then he deleted his YouTube channel. I'm telling you, this whole thing is really coming to a head now with a lot of people. It's gonna get worse for CG from here. Yeah, it says, Alasma, I got you an invite onto my good friend Jason Bascom's channel, Short Kings United. Um, yeah, I got to reach out to Jason, and he said I could come back to his channel, so I need to take him up on that offer and just go back and just deal with them. Mint turning on Riley surprised me. She has said a lot of things about that spur, and Mint isn't an angel either. That is true, Garfield Bizarre Adventure. She's not an angel, but I'll tell you this about Mint Salad. I am happy that she's away from all that piss porn shit. I am legit encouraging of her to turn her back to that. That's encouraging. So I will give her props for saying no to that shit and done with the porn shit. So I'll leave it at that. CG became what they hated to Asuka, and then Manticore says, and then self-destructed. There's a metaphor there somewhere. Oh, yeah, there is. Greg Goldberg says Riley's just simping for Katie did. He has like this. It's all. He has like it's over other stuff, but it's because he's hoping for a crumb of approval from her. Yeah, yeah. I can see that. Like Alyssa said, all your comic guys suck. And it's not just Alyssa Clips, Garfield. It's gonna be Andy Worski with Kino Casino. It's gonna be Jeremy Wormy. It's gonna be Bearing. A lot of these guys are gonna keep their eye on CG now, and it's not gonna be good. People are bouncing. They're bouncing out of this place. They really are. It happened today. You're gonna see a bit more of a fallout tomorrow. Don't be surprised if someone like say um R.T. Bear, Graham Nolan, or any of these like CG kings all come out and either do a soft disavow of CG or just quietly bounce, and you don't hear from them again, except to like promote their own shit. I'm pretty sure those DM conversations that Ethan is having with those CG kings, pretty sure he's not having a good time right now. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it isn't a bad thing when you're not the most popular person. People tend to leave you alone. I'm okay with that. Yeah, we covered a lot of shit today in this conversation. And we ran the gamut on a lot of topics. But it ultimately just comes back to the big news of this space, which is the Liam Gray flagging and CG's bad optics and people bouncing from the space. Color says, I will never leave you alone. Never. Yes, you will, Color Form. Yes, you will. That cease and desist is coming tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow. You watch. Marvel's Bizarre Adventure says Ethan Ralph did say he got the sample mint because he was a friend to Dick Masterson at the time. Yeah, I I don't want to know all the dirty details about that one. I'm aware of it and I don't want to know about it. I wish I didn't know about it, but I do. Honestly, if Mint Style wants to rehabilitate, she needs to go back to her family and get the fuck out of this space for real. And I don't say that because she doesn't deserve to be here. I say because for her mental health, she needs to get out of this space. She has to go back, hit that reset button, and rebuild her life. And I'm not saying that in jest. I'm saying that as someone that does have experience working with people with health issues, mentally, physically, you name it, turning her back to all of this is the best thing for her. But she's an adult, So I can only give her a suggestion. Otherwise, she's on her own. But then again, a lot of people in this space are mentally unwell. So again, this is why I'm glad that I'm like in peasant status, and I'm glad. I really don't mind this. It's a nice bit of what do you call it? Humble pie. I like to have humble pie. Man, of course, says going back to the family may not be the best thing for her. Maybe her family wasn't great. How do you know? I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing, I don't know. But here's the thing: is what is her current status better? Is that the what do you call it? Is that the alternative? I mean, everything I said is just based on the available information that I got. I mean, I don't know everything. So yeah, did one gun call the Austrian embassy? That's yeah, that is insane. Yeah. Yeah, see, Cynic joined the chat. I guess that means I have clout. Probably not. I pretend to have clout, but I don't have clout. Like I said, I am in peasant status, and that's where I enjoy being. Trust and believe. I'm good there. So totally. Oh, I gotta put. There we go. I gotta show what I'm actually doing here. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stipple the bricks. I think it looks nicer that way. So Frog totally calling CPS and this. Yeah, all that is insane. All this going into IRL shit, that's insane. And again, Alyssa Clips watching this is saying all these comic nerds are fucking are embarrassing, and they are. Everybody is embarrassing here. But hey, the super chats rule, so who cares, right? Who cares? Seneca saying he's gonna give me clout. Nah, I'm good. I don't need your clout. You don't really have clout. What you have is content. But once that content dries up, you're gonna see how much clout you really have. Here's the thing, Cynic, you haven't learned. We have hindsight. We have 8 years of hindsight that you don't have here, and you're gonna learn the hard way. You're gonna learn that what you have is just momentum, but based on the content, or in this case, Liam Gray. But after that, what do you really got to offer? You're gonna find out the hard way that it's not much. That's why my audience is small, but it's small because they're here for my content. They're here for what I produce, not here because I'm latching onto the current thing, you know. But you'll see, you'll see it. What you're doing has been done before in this space. We haven't seen anything new. You're gonna see what I'm talking about, and yeah, the shot and fraud. It's called shot and fraud. I'm probably saying it wrong, but who cares? I'm a colored. I can say things wrong because I'm a colored. I'm allowed. I'm absolutely allowed. I am not sad, Colorform. I'm very happy. I'm just sad for you because you think Colorform you gain traction by slandering me, but no, I have the power of the ancestors on my side, Colorform. The ancestors protect me and they guide me, but I'm sad for you, Colorform, and I will pray for you. Why? I'll tell you why, Colorform. I'll pray for you because I give you agape. I'm giving you my agape. You have been agape. You are agape. So there you go. My color is not pink, some person. You know what? You keep saying pink. That's a red. It was a red shirt. I proved it. It was red. And you know what? When I go to Heroes Con, I am gonna wear the shirt. I'm gonna show you fucking people that it's not pink. It's blood red. Blood red. You're gonna see it. Oh yes, you're gonna see it. Ice will meet you at the con this weekend. You know what, Colorform? I dare you. I dare you to pick up the phone and call Ice on me. I dare you. You know why? Because that's what they're doing in CG anyway. They're calling the Australian Embassy. They're calling CPS. You may as well call Ice on me. I dare you. I Philippian dare you, Colorform. Anyway, see now you got cynics saying I wear pink. No, it's blood red. It's blood red, not blood pink. Kiss me. It's blood red. You'll see. You will absolutely see. Oh, Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says Liam accusing Yellow Flash and Anna of sending the Rolex community to Rolex community? Okay. To go through the trash at 3 a.m. in rural Australia is some schizo stuff. What the hell is the Rolex community? That's okay. I'm not crazy. What the hell is a Rolex community? Can someone tell me what that is? What is a Rolex community? What the fuck? fuck is that? What the hell? Is the Rolex community? What the hell is that? I don't fucking get it. Fuck is that? Oh. Shit. Oh man. Is that like is that the watches? Like there's a community of there's a watch community? What do they talk about? Like why is the internet a thing anymore? Like how is this possible? I don't get it. I'm so glad I'm out of loop on a lot of this shit. I really am. I like being ignorant on things sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. They're not okay. They're werewolf drunks, Oscar. They're not baboons and raccoons. I don't draw boons and coons. You freaking racist people. Shit. The Rolex community is a massive, highly passionate global network of watch collectors, investors, and enthusiasts bonded by their shared appreciation for the brand's history, engineering, and prestige. Thank you for the summary, Chris Stanley. Well, damn. Okay, so there you go. There's a thing. Rolex community is a thing. Well, then again, like I've been following that story about that Reckless Dave guy. Was it Reckless Dave or Reckless? I don't know what the fuck is his name. Yeah, I think it's Reckless Dave, the Lego guy. I've been following that story. I'm probably going to do a video on that soon. That thing just updates daily. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that story. That's gonna be a thing. You have to have money to buy those. You know, I could buy those. Like, cause I'm colored, I can't buy shit. You're racist, people. I can buy stuff. I will. I'm just not gonna tell you when, but I'll do it. Absolutely fucking will do it. Never bring up the duck dung again color form. Never do that. That was a horrible time in history, and it never and we'll never speak of it ever. Never knew again. Okay, never knew again ever. Yes, those shower streams were definitely they were definitely gold. Because my body is art. My body is art. And those of you that have been around for those shower streams, you know what I'm talking about. They were absolute art. What time is it? It's already. Holy shit! It's 1:15 in the morning. Holy crap! I didn't know how late it was. Wait, what time? How many people's watching my stream right now? We're at 23. Okay. I mean, shit. I'll keep going, I guess. Even though I gotta get up early for work, fuck that. I'll just keep going and put my alarm clock, get my 2 3 hours of sleep, and head for work. But I love drawing Road Warrior Drake, so fuck it, right? And here I am adding stipples to the bricks behind him. Fuck it. I think it'll help get the character to stand out more. So yeah, fuck it. Cynic says he's gonna deposit clout in the account later. I take PayPal and Cash App, so you can do so yeah. Let's see here. We got Harvard's Bizarre Adventure says when Liam was trying to explain to Mikey No More that people were chat went up fast. When people were trying to explain Mikey No More. Okay, let me start over. Garwood's Bizarre Adventure. When Liam was trying to explain to Mikey No More that people were sabotaging his vehicle, you could hear the frustration in Mikey's voice. Just remember, Evie has made Liam a CG king, even with his history. That's why it says it all goes back to Ethan. It all goes back to Ethan. Well, last man says KSS, you're stippling those bricks like you were drawing Luis Guzman, who is playing you in my biopic about you. I call it Big Talk, the last match story. You know what? I showed Lady Shadow Band Luis Guzman. I think she knew about him already, but KSS wants to cast Luis Guzman as me in a biopic he's doing about me. I should lower my voice because it is kind of late, so I'm gonna lower my voice a little bit. So if I don't sound as animated as I was before, it's because it's late and people do sleep in this house. So I do want to be respectful. But I promise on Allah, if you slander me, I will still be animated. I just can't say it as loud as I want to, because it is. Oscar says, Elijah look like a wet peanut in his shower stream. You know, you're disgusting. Oscar, you're very disgusting. My body is art. Art. Absolute art. Stop screaming, or your neighbors are going to go to the Facebook community page and complain about you. They actually might. They actually might. I don't think it's just an Australian thing. I think they might. Actually, where I'm at, there's a Facebook page and people post anonymously in my Facebook town page about shit that other people do. And it's like, well, why don't you call the cops, or have you thought about confronting the person and not posting anonymously? It's like, it's like, oh man, people have forgotten how to confront other people and just deal with it in person, and maybe make a friend or two. Yeah, the shadow's coming in from like this side, right? The light's coming from here. So I am gonna stipple all the bricks, but some of the bricks on this side here, I'm gonna make darker. But yeah, the light is coming from here, so the shadows are being cast here. I haven't finished inking Drake. I'm gonna like I do want to add some. 'Cause I put like, for example, I added the shadow behind his head here, so it's casting a shadow over his shoulder. Um, I put a little bit of shadows inside the armor in between. I put a little bit on the side of the arm here. I'm adding some cross hatching on the side here. I don't think I'm going to be finishing this tonight, is what I'm saying. So I'm definitely going to be doing more shadowing on this. Uh, So yeah, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, it says Aladdin, I'm following you on MySpace. Why do all your recent pics have hair with a middle part? I don't have MySpace. You're a jerk for saying I have MySpace. You're such a jerk. Why don't you leave me alone? Leave me alone, Kissifus. Let's see. Oscar says, I made a friend in KSS that I had to witness KSS get viciously gatekept from having a close up in your latest video, Lazman. You are the jerk. No, I told you what happened. I told you how it went down. Stop blaming me for shit. I told you how it went down. Get your facts straight, Oscar. I gave Kisses a chance. He's got one chance to rectify it. One chance. Violent Comics says, did you reach out to Liam before you released the video? Um, for what? What was there to reach out to him for? All I did was, again, I do what I do with my other videos. I just document what's already been put out there and just show the story. There was nothing to reach out to him about. He's already indicated his reasons for doing things, where he stands on things. So there was no reason to reach out to him. It was just explaining how false flagging and confiscate didn't begin or end with Liam Gray. I mean, he's guilty of it. Don't get me wrong. He's guilty of those things, but um, the problem is Ethan enabling him, and we showed the receipts on that. So that to me it was the bigger takeaway. These bricks don't get as much stipple because again of the light source. But as I said in the video, I don't have any issue with Liam. Like I'm not gonna resume any EFAPs of his stuff or whatever. That wasn't the point of the video. It was just to document recent events and show that Liam is responsible for his actions, but so are his critics. They're responsible for their actions. Yeah, it says that when you warn people, little people, that they don't have years of experience like some of us do, to borrow a phrase, let it happen. Oh, I know, I'm letting it happen. I'm just throwing in a jab or two because some jabs are thrown at me, so I'm just throwing a few back and just letting them know that, what, you can throw your jabs at me, but I already know what's gonna happen. So I already know. You're not saying anything new, and your jabs at me are really just they're funny because you think it bothers me and it doesn't. And you're gonna find out that we were right. Here's the thing: many of us were right about Frog Tony. We were right about Frog Tony. We're absolutely right about Frog Tony. I knew from 2024 that Frog Tony was no good. I already knew that. And just because I did a video yesterday where I vindicated Frog Tony on some lies that Katie did said, doesn't mean I'm on Frog Tony's side. Doesn't mean that at all. But truth is truth and lies are lies. So there you go. Trust me, I don't want to be friends with any of these people. I don't want to be friends with Frog Tony. I don't want to be friends with Mint Salad. I don't want to be friends with Cynic and then those church midgets, pedo hunters, whatever they call themselves. I don't want to be friends with any of them. I got my core, and that's who I'm sticking with. That's the core I'm going to stay with, and I'm good. I like my DMs quiet. Uh, good. Awareness. Yeah, these people thinking that they can eat at me and they're gonna say something that's gonna be like offensive to me. Like, no, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're saying those things about me. It's just all the more reason to stay out of y'all's way when that shot in front hits. I'm good. 100% good. Have at it. Have at it. I'll just be here with the, as they say, the cell phone when it's ready to tell the story. Right? Your DM is just you quacking, says Colorform. No, it's me telling you not to harass me, Colorform. It's telling you just to know your place with me and not bother me. And stop chucking your spears at me. That's what that is. 100% that's what it is. And Oscar's doing a tower of racism. I'm watching you, Oscar. I'm seeing exactly what you're doing. I'm seeing exactly what you're doing. That tower will not stand. So I'm seeing it. And now you've groomed Christian because now he's doing the same thing. Good job, Oscar. Excellent job. You took one of our most upstanding members, one of the pillars of our community, and you groomed them to do your little shitty racist towers. Good job. Bravo. Bravo. We lost another one, guys. We lost a good one. Christianity's down for the count. Thanks to fucking Oscar with his racist towers. It didn't have to happen, but you made it happen. It was unnecessary. I won't over render it because it'll ruin the effect, but yeah, so now I got to study the picture to see where else I can add more shadow on this. Probably get like a 3D figure and just look at it and then go from there. Oh, okay, let's see. How many people we got watching right now? We got okay, 18 people watching. Okay, it's not bad. It is late, but people are up, I guess. Right? They're up. Oh boy. That was unprofessional, but then you people in the chat are very unprofessional, so it's fine. I gave you what you deserve. All y'all. 100%. Okay. Wait, is there a volume two of the Master Universe stuff? No, it's just yeah. Anyway, I think it's probably because of okay. Now I'm just looking at some of my notifications. Oh, we're up to 20 live viewers. I don't know. Should I keep? I guess I should keep going for a little bit. It's already 1:30. Let me see what I can do for this. And when I digitize, I'm gonna fix the hand a little bit when I digitize it, but scan it. I mean, I guess I should make this darker. Like I added some like shadow on the plates on this side. Okay, it says at last, man, you've been streaming since 8:30 and it's 1:30. You haven't gotten up to make pee pee once. What is this keeping track? First of all, you both are degenerates for that. Number one, and number two, I went pee pee before I started streaming, so my bladder was already empty, even though I had two cans of sparkling water and a cup of coffee. So that's what. Yes, and then and I will be when I end the stream. I'm going to have a nice big piss break in the bathroom. I don't wear diapers like some people in the space do. So there. You're a sick man, Cass. I'm not reading that. You're a sick man. You're a sick man, KSS. What's wrong with you? I thought I knew you, but I don't know you. Trying to figure out what else can I add to this. I gotta. Let me see. I guess maybe I should make the maybe make this darker here. Right? Maybe I should do that. Let me see that. Yeah, I think that works better. That might work better. I should probably do this here, right? And let me color in the sides of the plate a bit. Yeah, that might work better. Okay. Like again, I don't want to over render this, but I feel like I need to figure out like what I'm gonna do with this with the breastplate there. Maybe add some like hmm. Decisions, decisions. What can I add here? Anyway, as I think about this and ponder this, and see what's going on in the chat, KSS says, I heard a lady say that to her dog. She was outside saying, go make sissy. Go on, go make tinkle. I died laughing. And now you're here. Born again. There you go. Jolly Green Comics, it's already over rendered, Elasmat, says Jolly Green Comics. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but you probably are confirming that I should stop, I think. That's what you're saying. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna stop here. Because when I scan this in, I gotta add the I'm probably gonna add more like background here and just polish up a little bit of the blacks. A little bit. Not all of it, just not just some of it. Polish a little bit of it. And then let me just fix this here. And then yeah, that'll be the cover. So for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. But good seeing you here, Jolly Green Comics. I haven't seen you in a minute, so that's awesome that you're here. Hopefully you're doing well. No, it's not over yet, Color Form. Not over yet. Not over yet. There we go. Yeah, I think I think this is good. I think this is pretty good. And I guess once I scan it in, add the add a little more on top here, add the title. So yeah, I think we're good here. Even though it's not going to be in color, the cover, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think like I said, I'm just going to keep it simple and completely self-contained. Chris Daly says, "Alas, Matt, think of waterfalls and hot running water." Chris Daly, I've only ever been kind to you. See, now you got Lady Shaban going to the bathroom.
What? I was busy.
See, you see, people did. You know what you're doing, right? You're stimulating bathroom habits in the stream, and that's uncalled for. That's uncouth. This is not OnlyFans, people. I charge for that shit. I will charge for that. Yes. It looks like a D word and it quacks like a D word. Says Jolly Green Comics. I don't think so. This is a beast citizen. Have you not read the last book? It's a beast citizen. KS says Elijah, is that a hole in the brick wall behind Drake? Yep, that is. That's a hole. What I'll probably do when I scan it in is I'll probably draw some. Well, no, I'm not gonna draw any bricks over. I'll probably draw some bricks on the bottom on his feet. So when I scan it in, I'll draw some bricks on the bottom here to indicate some rubble. So yeah, so the scanning process is gonna add some more stuff to it for sure. For definite sure. Keep it black and white. It looks good. Yeah, I am. I'm absolutely gonna keep it black and white. And when I add some of the bricks on the ground, it's gonna be the same style, so it'll be good. I'm looking forward to the finished product. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Alava's gonna change his name to Stimulated Peepee. You're a sick man, Kansas. You know what's funny is that you typed this up. You actually put those words out in the ether. You typed that came out of your keyboard, Kansas, out of your keyboard. Is the character a Drake or is his name Drake? His government name, Jolly Comics, is Road Warrior Drake. That's his government name. Yes, it is Jolly Green Comics. Do you consider Michael J. Fox a fox or a human being? Is Michael J. Fox a fox or a human being? Just because his last name is Fox doesn't mean he's a fox. He's clearly a human being. Just like Road Warrior Drake is a beast citizen. Just because his name is Drake doesn't mean he's a Drake. He's a beast citizen. You should know this by now. I've been trying to tell you people this for a long time, but for some reason it goes in one ear, out the other. I don't know why. Like I don't know why you do that. I don't get it.
It's a man.
He's a beast citizen.
Is he a male beast citizen?
He's absolutely a male beast citizen.
That's why it goes in one ear. The other.
Oh, there you go. Mystery solved. There you go. Okay. Um. Anyway, uh, is Drake like the Kool-Aid man? What does that mean, Kansas? Why do you type things, Kansas, and not qualify what you're typing? Why do you do that? It's 1:40 something in the morning. Why do you do that? Jolly Green comments, Michael J. Fox's real name is Michael A. Fox. Actually, no, not even true. I think Michael J. Fox's real name is Michael Douglas. Did you guys know that? His real name is Michael Douglas. And he couldn't use that because there already was a Michael Douglas in the Actors Guild. So he had to change his name. Oh no, wait, you know what? No, no. Strike that. That's Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is Michael Douglas. I'm sorry. Michael Keaton is Michael Douglas. Michael Keaton could register as Michael Douglas. Michael Douglas is already registered in the Actors Guild, so he changed his name to Michael Keaton. So yeah, so that okay, wrong Michael. Michael J. Fox changed his name from Michael A. Fox to Michael J. Fox. There you go. Okay, there you go. So still, the Michael Keaton Michael Douglas thing was nice trivia. I guarantee some of you in the chat didn't know that, and now you know. And now I made you, I already corrected the mistake, Pistons. I corrected the mistake. So just because you typed it in doesn't mean you corrected me. I corrected me. You're just jumping on the bandwagon. That's what you people do. Oh, you spear chucker. That's what you do. No, I came back from it, Manicore. I came back from it. I fixed it. I fixed it. I owned it. I'm a leader. You people can learn from me. I owned it. No, no, no. There's not owning nothing. It's over nothing. I'm still here. Okay? It's 1:40 something in the morning. I'm still here. Look at me. Wait, there we go. There we go. I'm still here. Oh, I'm full of shit, KSS? I'm full of shit? No, you're full of shit because I corrected me. The receipts are there. I corrected me, and then you jumped in the chat to take credit. You're just awful. You are awful. Since I got the camera up this way, I might as well show the drawing. So, and again, when I scan it in, I gotta add the bricks and the rubble here, and complete whatever is on the top here, and then shut up a little bit of the ink, and then there you go. So that'll be the cover for Battle King Road Warrior Drake. You actually typed Manicore actually typed those words. You're a grown man, totally full of caca. You actually typed that, Manicore. Have you no shame? Like, where's your shame at? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with some of you people? How do you do that? How does a grown man write in a chat, you're full of caca, and think he walked away the winner? How does he think he walked away full-blooded testosterone? I felt immature reading that. Have you? Okay, there you go. He says you have no shame at all. None at all. There you go. Question solved. Mystery explained. Good job. Can you cover your face with it? No, I'm not. Now I'm not covering my face. Now you're gonna see my beauty and my artisticness. I am a work of art, and you're gonna see it and appreciate it. And you're gonna think about it tonight, and it's gonna be etched in your mind. How did I do this? How did I Oh, because we started streaming at 9:10. I didn't come on stream till like 9:17, 9:18. Over 4 hours of streaming. I mean, I used to stream 7 to 8 hours. I remember back in the day, um, in the late 2021, during the early stages of my wife's disease, I was streaming 12 to like 7 in the morning. I remember those Saturday nights. But then again, I fell asleep during those time, and that was when Testify and Cider would take over. So they would take over the stream, and I'd fall asleep in the middle of it and get up at 7 in the morning to make those trips to Target, not Target, to CVS to the pharmacy to get medicine for my wife, and the stream would still be going. I remember those days. Um, Insane, but those are the days. Road Warrior's government name is how. You know something, KSS? I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You're a blight on this community. A big blight. 100% blight. I don't know why I put up with you. I really don't. I remember a lot of that falling asleep during stream. Oh yeah, I remember. I will start the stream at 11, and the plan was to go to like 1 or 2 in the morning. And around two, the stream was still pretty entertaining. People were still engaging. I fell asleep, and like testifying side would just take it over, and then I get up at 8 in the morning because Stephanie wanted some meds, and I go to the CVS and get meds for her. And I would just listen to the stream going on still, like, oh wow, they're still streaming on my channel. It's awesome, So I was like, cool. That was during the early days of her sickness, and then once 2022 hit, I stopped doing that. Um, yeah, that's why. And I stopped doing the streams, and after Testify passed away, I just stopped doing the streams, like the Saturday streams, and I think I would, I I think I'll still do weekly streams for a bit, and then it stopped, and then of course Stephanie passed away, and then I took a little break from it, and then came back. I started doing Saturday streams again, but not these 7 to 8 hour marathon streams. I would go maybe no more than 3 hours, and then kind of follow the stream. So I also remember Eliza making blueberry pancakes in morning streams. I remember, yeah, I do remember that. Actually, I remember on a Finn stream when I went on a Finn stream, I was making pancakes on one of his streams. My camera was aimed at the pot, and I was making pancakes. That was pretty cool. Man, because I remember Eliza showering in a Doug G banger, probably the gayest thing I've ever seen. That's art, my friend. That is pure art. You're a hater of the arts. I'm wonderfully made, and you hate the arts. Woman decor. Well, I'm glad it hurts you. I want you to hurt badly. Woman decor. Real badly. What time is it? It's 1:48. My nose is ready to drop some boogers, and I have to use the bathroom. So, unlike some people, I'm gonna call the stream because I gotta use the restroom. 'Cause I don't wear diapers. My bladder works, and I don't go to the casinos and spend their hours with diapers on, betting, which is a thing. Gamblers wear diapers. This is a thing. The things I learned in this freaking space. I can't believe I know this shit. Fuck is wrong with people? Like seriously, like I don't. Anyway, first time I think we interacted this Christianity, you were streaming. I was making meatballs, and you were busting me about what I was making for dinner. Wow, I don't remember that, but um, I'm glad you have that memory at least. That's awesome. There's probably some memories that I don't remember for other people. Well, that's that. You made a blueberry pancake a few times on Finn's Stink stream. I remember because you said you would make Finn a nice. I'm not reading that. I never said that, Kissel. All right, I'm done. You people are just you don't appreciate what I do. You didn't appreciate the fact that I drew for y'all people. You don't appreciate nothing, nothing. I'm done. But you know what? You know what I'm not gonna do? I ain't heading down by the river. Oh no, I am not heading down by the river. I'm keeping my ass right here. So if you won, you guys didn't win. You didn't win. I'm staying here. On this night, I shall not go down by the river or the pond or any body of water except the shower when I bathe my shit. And I do bathe myself. All y'all. Your embarrassment. Have a good night. Take care.